Oh, you
Okay.
don't see me either, Bob.
Oh, you're the board thing.
Yeah, so are you. Oh, no, maybe you've got
See,
you.
and my screen looks different.
The San Mateo Union High School District Board one doesn't have the camera on.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Let's see what looks. Okay. No.
Bob, you need to scoot just a smidge closer to me if you want to be on that camera. Or you can just see how you're.
Yeah, no, that was. Okay.
Let's start closing.
My service keeps going in and out, so I might have to like turn my camera up and turn it back on depending on how, I don't know, the service has been weird all day.
Okay, all right. Well, let's get started. I think we'll be promoting people as we move forward. Welcome attendees. I think we have tonight is a wonderful part of the board meeting. We are having our, well, it's called permanent status celebration, which is when we recognize folks who are joining us with permanent status this year. This is an annual activity that the board does. I want to just, first of all, I think I've been in every single one of these people's classroom or met with them if they're a counselor or a teacher. This is an amazing group of people here. We're just thrilled to have them make a commitment to us, and we're delighted to make a commitment to them as well. As the board knows, these folks go through a rigorous process to be selected for permanency. They're observed by members of cabinet at least 4 times. We have staff members who support them in terms of instructional coaches. Dr. Black leads much of this effort. Sabby Hawkins will also helps. And we also have a process here that is the product of work with the San Mateo Union High School District Board of Teachers Association as well. So maybe if we could work on promoting Craig Childers. I told him I'd give him a couple of minutes to make a few comments, and then we're going to take the schools one by one. We have 50 people that we're recognizing tonight, so they know that they have to either speak quickly or powerfully, and we'll go from there. So I don't see, is Mr. Childers on there? He's not on there yet. Okay, so I'd like to see if Sabby Hawkins is also on here. Okay, so neither one of them are here. So maybe I'll start with Ms. Valerie Arbizu to talk about the first teacher here. And if you can find your teachers here, that would be great. If you see any on the camera here that are yours, well, I certainly introduce them first. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Arbizu.
All right. Thank you for having me, President Griffin, members of the board, Dr. Scully, members of the cabinet. I'm Valerie Arbizu, I'm the principal of Aragon High School, and I am thrilled tonight to welcome 4 teachers to permanent status at Aragon. I'm going to talk about the ones who are in the room first. And what I'd like to do, Alexandra, if you can, if you'd like, you can. There you are. Hi. So first, I'd like to talk about Alexandra Liu. She is joining our math department. She began teaching with us part-time, and then over the last couple of years, she's just so good. We keep asking her to teach some more, and she is game, and we really, really appreciate that. She's currently working on her master's degree in curriculum design, specifically focused on mathematics. That is really where her passion is. And when you're in her classroom, you can see it, you can feel it. She engaged her students like a pro last year in the Zoomosphere. I'm still telling people about the algebra hospital activity she used with her students, where students were in groups and they had to diagnose, the problems with a particular problem. And it was a great way to get students talking and engaging around math. But what I really appreciate with her is she's so patient, she's so kind, and she is so persistent in her work with kids. And I'm happy to have her. The math department is thrilled to have her aboard. Welcome, Alexandra.
Thanks, Val. I'm happy to be here and happy to be a part of the team.
Awesome. I'm so glad you're permanent with us. We're gonna keep you rolling. Thank you. Next, I would love to talk about Anton Mashkonian. He's already got his video going. Anton is known as Mr. M to his students. I know that sometimes it's difficult to pronounce last names that throw a couple extra letters in there. They always have trouble with mine too. So they do call him Mr. M. He's an educational specialist with us, and he originally started in the district as an instructional aide. So this is a super success story in how our IAs are also becoming credentialed teachers and working with our students in different ways. He is incredibly engaging in the classroom. He works with our students on math. He works with them in the social sciences, but he's super well versed in a number of different areas. And so walking into his directed studies class, whether you're clicking in on Zoom or you're walking in person, he's got his classroom going like a pro. But I really, really also appreciate his ability to kind of, cut to the chase and really work with his students and their parents when it comes to, how best to support students with IEPs. Anton.
Thank you, Valerie. I'm really humbled to be receiving my permanent status in the district. Love working at Aragon. I started out as a para, and a lot of great mentors along the way, a lot of great teachers that I've learned a lot from, and I just want to continue learning from these teachers at Aragon. Just love to be here, and I can't wait to see how my kind of growth as a teacher develops as the years go on. So thank you so much. Thank you, board. Thank you, Valerie. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Anton. And then rounding out the folks that I see on my screen of cameras here is Mr. Flynn. Michael Flynn is a PE teacher with us at Aragon. He's kind of been with us and then stepped out for a little bit, and then he came back, and we're really happy to have him here. He's working a lot with our PE department as we're redefining what it means to support students in this post-pandemic landscape, and that is critical. I really appreciate all of his work there. He's also been a joy and always wearing something fun. The way that he engages with the students is fantastic, and he's also one of our coaches. And the last thing I want to say is he took up the challenge to work with some of our 0 period classes. And that is huge. So we knew that we had kids who were coming to campus early. We wanted to be able to get them engaged with classes as soon as we could, but they weren't students who were engaged with band. So our PE department put together 2 0 period classes, and Mr. Flynn is teaching one of them, which gives him like an A+ in my book. I really appreciate it. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, thank you. Super excited to be back. As Valerie mentioned, it's my second go around, second time being tenured with the district. I think one of the highlights coming back was being able to walk to school with my daughter for her last 2 years, and actually coaching my daughter as a soccer player. She was a 3-sport athlete, and I happened to be a soccer coach, and she happened to make the team. So it's been a great experience coming back. I love Aragon. I live in the community. I live right down the street. I'm a little biased. I think it's the best staff in the district. And so I'm just really, really excited to be back. And 0 period's been awesome. I hope other schools bring it in, because it's been a real joy to teach these kids early in the morning and get them done and get them out. It's been really great.
Thanks, Michael. I know there's at least one more of my teachers who's hanging out in the Zoomosphere here. She's been texting us in the chat. Her name is Jerica Keene. I'm going to start talking about her while she's promoted. Jerica is amazing. Well, there she is. Hi, Jerica. Jerica comes to us from our neighbors to the north. She's coming to us from Canada. And what I love about that is that she brings so much of her experience about what it means to be not just American, but North American, and how we need to work with each other and what that looks like. Her students find her incredibly welcoming and engaging. That really came through in the Zoom world last year. We walked click into her class, and she was just a bright light for her kids. Her classroom really is a study on how to connect with kids and how to engage students. And she's not only a member of our amazing ethnic studies team and really brings a lot of herself to the fore, but she's also in the first year of a pilot at Aragon with our new agency and social justice class that she helped co-write with one of our English teachers who we celebrated here last year, Miss Lindsay Bessie. And it's amazing. These two have put together a class that right now is serving 60 students all at one time. They're really getting a taste of what it's going to be like to take a college level class. It's all 11th and 12th graders talking about what it means to stand up for what they believe in and how to make this world a better place. Jerica.
Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed. That was really kind. Thank you so much, Valerie. And thank you to everyone that supported me getting here. I literally could not be happier to join the Aragon family, the San Mateo School District family. It's been endless opportunity, and I honestly could not be happier. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jerica. I have one more. I don't see her on the panel or in the room, but our final person is teacher Ms. Bonnie Larson. She is also an educational specialist, and she specializes in working with students with IEPs in English and language arts. She's also amazingly supportive of the students on her caseload. She's tireless in her determination to find ways to really connect with students and with their families. And what I really appreciate about her is she's got a warm personality, but she's also got a fantastic sense of humor. And those are things that really engage her students and families. And she's a joy to watch in the classroom as well. So Aragon, we're super excited with all of our newly tenured teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. So just a couple of things here, and you guys who are promoted here, we can now demote you back to the attendees so we can have room on the Hollywood Squares for the new folks. I did notice that Jerica brought her significant other here. We appreciate that. We thank all the spouses and family members and everybody else who helps these folks do their thing here. And I mentioned earlier that Craig Childress was wanted to make a few comments, and so I'm gonna allow him to talk. And then I also want to give Sabby Hopkins a moment too. So Craig.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Skelly, for allowing me to make a few remarks. This goes for all who are in attendance, not just the Aragon folks who were discussed already. I'll extend my remarks to everybody. I'm just, you should all be very proud of your accomplishments and your diligence in moving on to this next step in your career. This district, this is my 28th year in this district, and I can say honestly, knowing a lot of representatives in other districts, that this is a really great place to work. We have a very supportive administrative team. We have a very good collaborative relationship, but most importantly, we have great teachers, and we have the best staff by and large all around. So I really do appreciate this opportunity to recognize you all and say congratulations, and really good luck in the next components of your career. We usually do, and when we're in person, we usually do give you a token gift, and it can only be called a token compared to this amazing accomplishment that you're all achieving right now. But we coined a phrase, permanent markers for permanent teachers. So we'll be giving you guys, you'll get something in the mail next week, and just as a thank you for your work, your efforts, and just something to remember this milestone by. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Okay, Sabby, you're the district office navigator for all these folks. Maybe you'd like to say a few words.
I am incredibly proud of this group. I was reflecting on this, and this is probably the only group of teachers who reaching permanent status who have had to start with in-person teaching and then pivot to distance learning and then pivot again to synchronous virtual learning and then pivot again. I mean, it is amazing what all of you have done in the past 2 years. And for me, it's been a pleasure to be a part of your journey. And I'm so happy to see you here this evening. There's a quote that's been resonating with me lately. So I'm just going to share it with you. This is from Arthur Ashe. Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can, and continue to do the good work that you're doing. Thanks so much. Congratulations to all of you.
Okay, so next up is going alphabetical is Burlingame Principal Paul Belzer.
Thank you, Dr. Skelly. Good evening, President Griffin, members of the board, Superintendent Skelly, District Cabinet, and all our special guests this evening. It is a great pleasure and privilege to recognize the 6 BHS Panthers here tonight, as they have all made a positive impact on our school and have proven to be skilled and compassionate educators. Each of the BHS Panthers we celebrate tonight have actively contributed to our school community, taking various leadership roles and responsibilities, and consistently demonstrated a collaborative, team-oriented, and student-centered approach to their work. BHS and our larger school community are fortunate to have them as permanent members of the BHS staff. The first person I'd like to recognize is Irvin Buckner. Mr. Buckner is a BHS counselor who joined us after completing his graduate work at the University of San Diego, where he had a variety of opportunities and experiences that helped prepare him to meet the quite often challenging demandings of being a high school counselor. Irvin and I spoke a little bit about this just yesterday, about just the amount of information that counselors have to kind of work with and process on behalf of our students and really our staff. One of these experiences that he had as a student was working with the organization Students Rise Above, which he was interviewed by a local news agency about his experience with that organization. In addition, since joining BHS, Irvin has taken a variety of leadership roles, including advising our first-gen college group, providing additional and direct support for students who are the first in their family to apply or attend college. Irvin's deep knowledge and consistent support has been essential in supporting our students in their efforts to access a college education that may not have the support elsewhere. Irvin has also served on the BHS Tier 1 team, kind of keeping in mind school-wide community values, and he is part of the district's anti-racist task force. Currently, Irvin serves as the department chair for the counseling department, where his calm and thorough approach is greatly appreciated. Irvin also directly supports our school's efforts with student intervention as part of the BHS Tier 2 team. In preparing for tonight, Irvin shared, I asked if what's one thing about Burlingame that makes it special, and Irvin shared his gratitude for the support he has received since joining Burlingame High School, especially to the counseling department for their support and encouragement. And with that, I present Irvin Buckner.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you to the board. I just want to add, I'm extremely thankful for just all the opportunities that I've been given, the trust in my work, and I look forward to many more years in the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irvin. Congratulations. The next teacher that we're recognizing today is Mary Dine. Mary Dine came to BHS after teaching for 7 years at Mount Diablo High School, where she was able to have a variety of opportunities, and she's quickly assumed multiple leadership roles at Burlingame, most notably serving as English department chair and in her new role as of this August as mom to her newborn son, Noah. So she's balancing double responsibilities, although she is currently this semester on maternity. Prior to being a mom, Mary had proven to be just a really thoughtful and team-oriented teacher and teacher leader. She constantly looks to her curriculum and instruction as a means for connecting with and challenging her students to develop their reading and writing skills, as well as providing multiple opportunities to develop their interpersonal and communication skills, which she highly values. She works diligently to meet students where they are and to provide clear direction to where she wants them to go. She is supportive and demanding and has done an excellent job of finding the balance between the two. Again, she shared how much she enjoys getting to know her students and learning about their unique and diverse interests and backgrounds, and really enjoys working to incorporate these assets in her instruction. So I'm pleased to welcome Mary Dine, who I believe is here as well.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, board. It's just an honor to get permanent status with the district and to be a part of the BHS family. And I really look forward to many more years to come. So thank you so much.
So when Mary talks about joining the BHS family, that's again a layered approach. Mary's husband, who's in the background there giving a little wave, that's Jonathan Dine. Jonathan is a graduate of Burlingame High School and our college and career center advisor, and does an amazing job as well. And her brother-in-law, Michael Dine, is an instructional aide as well at our school. So we've got the whole Dine clan. Now we're just waiting for Noah to get old enough till we can put him in Panther gear as well.
And he's crying in the background. He's ready to go.
Excellent. Thank you, Mary. Congratulations. Our next teacher is Jennifer Feldis. Jennifer joined BHS after completing her master's in secondary math education at Stanford, and she's just been a tremendous addition to our math department and school. For a new teacher, it became readily apparent that Jennifer was dialed in and focused on assuring she was doing everything she could to make her curriculum relevant, engaging, and growth-oriented. She is warm and welcoming, and her class instruction is carefully planned and structured to make learning objectives clear and accessible for all students. And she does a tremendous job of balancing both those interpersonal and those kind of instructional moves to really challenge students and push them forward. Currently, Jennifer is the geometry PLC lead at Burlingame High School and has led the team in reorganizing the geometry curriculum after the learnings of last year. Her dedication to her students is regularly on display as students gravitate to her during flex time or after school for extra help and guidance. In preparing for tonight, she shared with me that she consistently works with her students to focus on perseverance and maintaining a positive approach to difficult tasks. She makes it safe to fail as long as we learn from our mistakes, and her consistently positive can-do attitude has been greatly appreciated by her students, her colleagues, and the entire Burlingame staff. With that, I welcome Jennifer Feldis and congratulate her as well.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you to the board. Paul, I think you did a great job of kind of representing my teaching philosophy and values. So I appreciate that. It's honestly been a joy being at Burlingame, and I feel so fortunate to have been able to join the Burlingame community for my first job directly out of graduate school. And I look forward to many more years at Burlingame and in the district. Thanks again.
Congratulations, Jennifer. Our next teacher we're going to recognize today is Karen Hartman. One of the exciting things, so I've always really enjoyed the interview process and bringing new members to your team. And one of the exciting things is hiring, brand new teachers and new staff, as well as adding experienced staff to the team in support of all students. Like Mary Dine, Karen Hartman joined Burlingame High School staff after teaching for several years. I believe it was 9 in the South Bay. And it was clear from the first interview and the first interaction that Karen is a pro. She is collaborative, she is skilled, insightful, and open-minded to new ideas and opportunities, and she has been an exceptional addition to the BHS Science Department and to our school staff. In addition to being an excellent biology teacher for over 150 ninth grade students, Karen has developed and helped launch the BHS peer tutoring program over the past 2 years, and her consistently thoughtful approach to both her students and her instructional practice provide a safe, engaging, challenging, and growth-oriented experience for all students. This year, Karen is co-leading the district's biology curriculum development team and just has introduced a whole breadth of new activities to the Bio PLC. When I asked her kind of what stands out for her over the past 2 years, Karen shared that it's her enthusiasm for working with the wonderful students of Burlingame High School and inspiring them to have fun and to be curious about science, which I suppose she's had all sorts of material over the last 18 months to do so. With that, I congratulate and welcome Karen Hartman.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you to the board. I am just so extremely grateful to be a part of the San Mateo Union High School District and to be a part of Burlingame. It's been a wonderful and welcoming community, and I'm just looking forward to a very long career with the district and with the school. So thank you.
Thank you, Karen, and congratulations. And Karen has done an amazing job also balancing home life with her 2 kids and her professional commitment to Burlingame High School. Our next Panther being recognized tonight is music teacher Kyoko Yamamoto. Now, to be really honest, I could probably talk for much more than a minute on Mrs. Yamamoto, so I will try to be to the point. As most principals will tell you, a music teacher plays a really significant role on the campus. But Mrs. Yamamoto's experience is really interesting and unique. Mrs. Yamamoto started her teaching at Roosevelt Elementary School many years ago, which is in Burlingame. She moved from Roosevelt Elementary to Burlingame Intermediate School, where she taught for 3 years before joining the Burlingame High School team. And as you can imagine, she has worked with a group of kids in music all through essentially elementary, middle, and high school. She is a force to be reckoned with. She is an absolutely amazing, dedicated music teacher. And she's really been a true anchor for many BH students in this process. Her ability to create a loving and supportive environment is equally rivaled by her ability to lead students in the development of their collective and individual musical abilities. She is kind, supportive, and skilled at guiding and leading students collectively and individually. As the band director, Kyoko can be found early in the morning leading the marching band. She can be found at BHS football games, at school events such as Back to School, and a number of BHS community events. In addition to being an exceptional music teacher, Kyoko is a mom of 2 BHS graduates and an active community participant. She serves on our MTSS Tier 1 team and our school site council. Being a music teacher and leading multiple groups is demanding and time-consuming, and she continues to lead with grace and kindness, earning the affectionate nickname from her students, Mamamoto, because she is their mom at BHS. With that, I congratulate and thank Kyoko for all her work with our students.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm so honored to be working in this amazing district, especially at Burlingame High School. I am committed to the community, and I'm just forever grateful for everything that the community has supported, and I'm giving back to the community with every energy and everything I have. And thank you so much for celebrating with us.
Thank you, Kyoko. One of the things we got to work with Kyoko is she does put everything and then some into her work, and we want to make certain she keeps some for herself and her family, but she is a wonderful contributor to our team. Our final BHS teacher being recognized this evening is Rebecca Zielkowski, who currently teaches Algebra 2 and Pre-Calculus. I have affectionately told Rebecca that she is my favorite July hire because it was due to a late resignation that we had an opening. And when Rebecca applied and we interviewed her, it was just clear that she was kind of fated to be part of our team. Prior to teaching at BHS, Rebecca taught math for 2 years at middle school and also taught English in China. It is clear to Rebecca's students and really to anyone who enters her class at any time how much Rebecca genuinely cares about and enjoys working with students to learn math. She is not hard to read. She is easily, and her feelings and her emotions are apparent, and her earnest and sincere style and approach to learning are evident every day in her work with students. She leverages the use of technology and is intentional with her instructional moves to make her classroom engaging, accessible, and supportive for all students. Her students adore her, and she is consistently looking to see how she can support their academic and personal growth. In addition to her teaching, Rebecca is involved in advising a variety of extracurriculars, and this year is serving as the BHS GATE coordinator. And then just to close, let me thank and recognize Rebecca Zielkowski and invite her to speak as well.
Thank you so much for all those kind words. I'm so happy to be a part of this amazing community, and I'm so grateful for all that I've learned and all that I know I will learn in the future here. I look forward to many more years to come.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
And in classic Ms. Zielkowski style, she's still in her classroom having this meeting. I just wanted to close real quickly. Kevin, thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank the board to celebrate our newly tenured BHS staff. The Burlingame High School community and the larger community is really fortunate to have these 6 really dedicated teachers. I'd also just like to recognize and congratulate all the teachers being celebrated tonight. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, so before you go, we need to take a picture. Laura said, so those of you who have spouses or significant others, come on up, get front. So this for posterity, we can see who the people are, got you here, and then we'll do that. So Sarah, you got about 5 seconds here. Everybody smile. Show them some love. Those of you whose smiles come through. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now we'll remove, thanks to the folks that are, if you can just drop off, if you're BHS folks, we'll move you out, and then we'll start moving folks back in. And we're doing pretty well on time. Just another reminder, if you want to put something in the chat and you're an attendee, the chat is open and we can see, you get a chance to, they get a chance to see what you have, what your comments here. So Mr. Boyce, I'm going to let you go ahead and get started. I know you have some folks here. If you see any on the screen, you can tell them, or you can just keep going.
Okay, great. I will get rid of the kind of the prop here behind me in just a moment. But having been an honored member of this school district as a teacher who received permanent status, I just want to say congratulations to everybody. This is a huge milestone. This is my 16th year in the district. I can't imagine working with a better organization, and congratulations to everyone. Let's see here. I am lucky enough this evening to recognize Ms. Panagitopoulos, Ms. Bordoli, and Ms. Blackwell, who is with her family. We were not sure. I'm going to start with Ms. Blackwell in recognizing our educators who have achieved permanent status in the San Mateo Union High School District. Thanks to the board for this opportunity. All right, Ms. Liz Blackwell. One of the most difficult things about being an ed specialist is the number of hats you wear. You're a quasi-administrator. Liz is a relentless advocate, a dedicated literacy instructor, colleague extraordinaire, and of course, a caring case manager. Liz has many wonderful and unique qualities, and the one I want to highlight this evening is how she embodies and perpetuates our school values, holding herself and others to high standards, but always with love. For instance, Liz deeply believes that students should learn in the least restrictive environment, while simultaneously she understands that we live in a context filled with experience and emotions. Liz is a ninja at navigating conversations to ensure students benefit and that their needs are at the center of all conversations. A member of her department shared, "What an amazing colleague. She is always looking out for the best in students. She strives to be a better teacher by seeking professional development in classes and is piloting the Sunday reading program for the district." Liz and I have joked because we stole her from another school district. As far as I'm concerned, their loss, our gain. Liz, you've really helped us develop a more nuanced continuum of services, which I think at the end of the day will create a less restrictive environment for all of our students, the ones that you work with and the ones moving forward. Your leadership at CAP will be lasting, and I'm so glad that you call this your home. This evening, Liz is joined by her husband, Mark, and her two children, Jana and Kai. And I'd love to open up the floor, Liz, for you to share a couple of remarks.
Thank you so much, Jesse. I'm so happy to be receiving permanent status. Thank you all. And, you know, we did joke earlier about whether it would be better to have my kids here or not. So I'll keep it nice and short, but thank you guys. I'm really happy to be here. You guys want to say anything? No, you can say hi.
Liz, congratulations. And like many, Liz was one of those wonderful educators who over the last 18 months was balancing being a parent, a teacher, and an educator in terms of her own children. So Liz, you are a ninja at that as well. Congratulations. The next educator that I would like to recognize from Cappuccino is responsible for perhaps the most important thing that any of us could look for. Is there anything more important than the ability to communicate with others? This person is near and dear to my heart as she works in the same capacity as my wife, and I know what a great deal of patience it takes to be a speech language pathologist. I don't have that level of patience, but I am extremely honored and privileged to recognize Ms. Eve Bordoli, who is here with us this evening. Eve works with a tremendous range of students spanning 14 to 22 years old. This includes verbal, receptive, augmentative, and adaptive communication needs. And they're all in her wheelhouse. She spends a great deal of time supporting students in Bay University at Cappuccino. She runs small groups, provides individual speech sessions, and can often be found working informally at lunch, brunch, passing. She loses no minutes with students in those informal moments, practicing greetings or whatever else might be a part of that student's unique IEP goals. One of her colleagues shared that Eve brings a ray of sunshine to any room she enters. She is passionate about the work she does with our students, and she genuinely cares about them. She's an invaluable part of our team, and we are so lucky to have her at CAP. As you can imagine, all of this requires Eve to be everywhere. And so I was thinking, she works so closely with members all across the school that in addition to her certificate of permanency, I should probably get her a pair of running sneakers. Eve, welcome to your home, Cappuccino. Congratulations. And this evening, Eve is joined by her daughter, Stella. Hi, Stella. I love the smile and the wave. Eve, I'll turn the floor over to you for a moment.
Oh my gosh, I'm so grateful that I've reached this significant milestone in my career, and especially with this district. Such a supportive, so many talented educators, and so many supportive people, administrators at Cappuccino and at the district office. And I just am so grateful, and I look forward to many years working in this district. Thank you so much.
Hi, bye.
Good night, Stella. Make sure you do your homework, okay? All right, congratulations, Eve. And the third and final educator at Cappuccino that I have the honor to recognize this evening, receiving permanent status in the San Mateo Union High School District, is Ms. Rachel Panagitopoulos. Rarely at the high school level do you find a teacher who is able to blend rigorous academic work, intentional support, weave seamlessly with social and emotional learning. She does it through rituals so that students know what to expect, and they progressively grow closer to one another over the course of the year. Last year, amidst distant learning and virtual school, I had some low moments as an administrator, being honest, but anytime I dropped into Rachel's class, I gained a sense of healing. Rachel, I admire so much the way that you humanize everything you do with our students, learning, interactions. It's all done with tremendous intention. Her colleagues say of her, one colleague says, she is the consummate professional educator. She's organized, meticulous, and thorough. And that is true of Rachel. She is detail-oriented. And another colleague, though, added and said, one of the things I admire most about Rachel is her commitment to develop a strong sense of community in her classroom. She is thoughtful about choices with both high standards and support for all of her students. Both colleagues separately shared on a separate email thread the following words, verbatim: Cappuccino High School and SMUHSD are lucky to have her, exclamation point. And I just don't think that anything could be more true. Rachel, as much as this is an honor for you, it's a huge win for our school community. Congratulations, and thanks for making CAP your home. Rachel, I believe, is joined this evening by her husband, Dino. Dino, we really want to see your smiling face. And I think that her mom, Michelle, might be there as well. Rachel, I'll turn it over to you.
Michelle's in her PJs. But hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Jesse, for your kind words. It's funny, we can get in front of 150 students every day, and then we hop on a Zoom call with adults and suddenly get nervous. But I'm really grateful to the district and for everyone for their support. I think it often takes a community to help our students, but it also helps to have that community as a teacher as well. And I see that here with all of your smiling faces. So thank you all for your support, and thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this district.
Rachel, congratulations to all three of our colleagues at CAP and to all the recipients. Congratulations. Dr. Skelly often talks about the importance of family in this process because it is a long one. It's not a celebratory thing one night. It's 2 or more years of lots of important learning and hard work. And so much of that comes with familial support. And so I just want to say, I have 2 young daughters who are 6 and just now 9. And I would be so lucky and blessed if if one of you were their teachers someday. So thank you. And we appreciate this opportunity to recognize our colleagues.
Okay, let's do this, the picture again here. So smile, bring in those loved ones, and then let's take, we'll capture this picture. Okay, thank you very much. All right, I think we're next up with Hillsdale and no, let's see, is that right? Yes, Hillsdale is next, and Jeff Gilbert.
All right, Dr. Skelly, members of the board, President Griffin, thanks for the opportunity to come and talk a little bit about our Hillsdale High School newly tenured teachers. We do have 13 teachers on this list, so I'm going to be a little brief in my remarks, not because I don't love them dearly and don't want to extol their virtues, but I do realize that because of our enrollment growth a few years ago, we did hire a lot of teachers, and this is now where we bear the fruit of that. And it's just a tremendous pleasure and honor to come and welcome them formally into the district. And let's see, I can see people showing up here, and Marina just popped on. So I'm going to start with Marina Barcelona. And Marina is a Spanish teacher. It's obviously her third year in the district, but she has been a veteran teacher, 8 years in private schools, 5 years in public schools before she came over to Hillsdale High School. She teaches Spanish. I have gotten to know her best as an advisor because she's been on my advisory team the last 2 years, which has allowed us to plan together, to laugh together, to host really funny town hall meetings with our advisories. And it's just been a pleasure to meet with her, to talk with her, and she brings that joy to everything she does. She, when she is not teaching, she plays softball. She is a trivia buff, hosts trivia contests around the Bay Area, and she is a world traveler, 35 countries and counting. Just a bright spot in my day. Very often, Marina, welcome to the district.
I'm supposed to unmute myself, but thanks, Jeff. I don't really have too much else to say, just that I'm really happy to be part of SMUHSD and Hillsdale especially, and so grateful that Jeff is our fearless leader as well. And I'm still hoping to do some trivia with the district at some point. So thanks, Jeff.
Excellent. Next up, Venus Kayabyab. Venus is over there. I see her smiling face. Her face is always smiling. I met Venus while she was a student teacher candidate from San Francisco State. It was a fortuitous meeting. And I think we quickly recognized her as somebody we needed to have on our campus. Whenever you hire young people like that, you see their promise, and we could see Venus's promise immediately. She has flourished. She's part of a really phenomenal 9th and 10th grade small learning community team. It's doing really exciting work. She has also already made her mark around the school. She is on our equity committee. She's the co-advisor of the Filipino Club. And I appreciate the fact that she noted that this is, of course, her first, but hopefully her forever teaching position. She is a product of the district, a graduate of Cappuccino High School, and her little sister is a junior at Cappuccino High School. So it's always a pleasure to see somebody grow up in the district and to go into teaching. So Venus, congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I had to write my little speech on my notes out to make sure I was quick, but it's so amazing to be in this district, growing up as a Mustang and giving back as a Knight. Thank you for all of those who have supported me and will continue to support me. You know who you are and I got you. Cheers to more years and Isang Bagsak.
Thank you. And so next, let me see, is Olga. Yep, I see Olga. Olga's over there. Olga, welcome. Olga came to Hillsdale as a Spanish teacher, excelled, started our AP Spanish Lit program, but we also had her working in ELD. And as our ELD program has grown, it became obvious that she, if we could get her more into the ELD world, our students would really benefit. And so she is not just an ELD teacher, she's an advisor. She is one of those wonderful teachers who can be strong and kind, soft and firm at the same time. She is definitely a nurturing figure in that ELD department, really pulling things together. It's so exciting to see the growth of that team, which is now known as Manila House at Hillsdale High School. Olga is at the center of it. She came to us from Santa Rosa. She's an avid traveler, hiker, and DIYer. Olga, it's a pleasure. I just love seeing you in the hallways and your bright smile. Welcome to the district.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Jeff. And thank you all for allowing me to become part of this remarkable family.
And my next is Michael Gallia in the beard down on the right-hand corner there. Michael, we hired right after he was leaving his program to fill the shoes of Kevin Gallagher, who was moved over to Aragon. The resemblances between Michael and Kevin, we won't go into now, but I think we were looking for that type of person. We found him. He is the director of bands, a remarkable music teacher, directs our pep band, and he also is a product of the district, a graduate of Aragon High School, we'll admit, but welcome over to the Columbia Blue side of the town. And I will say, has been a teacher of two of my children. And this is where I can get choked up pretty easily, because these people, I know what impact they have. And the community that Michael continues to grow in our music department has made a tremendous impact on so many children's lives. Michael, thank you as a parent. And again, congratulations for joining the district.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, the board, everybody. I'm overjoyed to be here. I love this district so very much. I was a student here, as Jeff said. I have the best job in the world. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
So next up is Jenny Mayshow. Jenny is, I see her. Jenny, we stole away from Everest Public High School in Redwood City. I'd known about her, actually heard about her. Our teachers had talked about her before she came. And so when the opportunity arose, we definitely leapt at that. She is an English teacher, has taught pretty much every English class in her first couple of years, but has now found a home in our upper division, teaching our 11th and 12th graders in a loop with a really strong social studies, humanities program. She's an advisor and again, another teacher of my daughter. And that's those car rides home where, you know, when they talk about their teachers in such a positive light that you really found somebody good. So Vivian was always a strong advocate, Jenny. And she is currently the advisor of our speech and debate club, and just an absolute delight. So welcome to the district, Jenny.
Thanks so much for hiring me, and I really love being at Hillsdale. I love the district. Really happy to be here. Hope to be here for a super long time. Couldn't imagine being anywhere else at this point. Thank you so much.
Oops. And next, let me talk a little bit about Andrea Jefferson. I think Andrea is in here. I saw her chat a little while ago. Andrea is an ed specialist who made the wise move out of banking into education. She is taking the leap already to be our department chair this year, and is just, you know, I knew she was a great teacher, but beginning to work with her in a leadership role and the collaboration she has with our other administrator, just wonderful. She has, like other teachers mentioned, she started out as an IA in Redwood Shores, Belmont, and so grew from that into the teaching profession, got her credential, and we're very, very fortunate to have her. Andrea, again, just a delight. So congratulations.
Thank you. What can I say? After watching so many movies growing up, I really just had to join an American high school. Took me multiple years to get here, but finally, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
And I'll go to Casey Nolan. Casey Nolan, I see you. There you are. I remember Casey Nolan's demo lesson. And that was a while ago, but I remember the sophistication of the moves that she was making in terms of assessment in just a short lesson. Like, Those are not things that come easily to veteran teachers. And she was coming out of her program and immediately within the classroom knew what she was doing in terms of assessing where students were at, reacting to it, adapting her lesson on the spot. And I thought, that's the kind of skill set that you just can't pass up. So Casey has taken on the role this year of moving over and taking a biology class in our ELD program. It fits her really well in terms of her value set, what she wants to do, the students she wants to work with. So it's been a pleasure. She is also part of our mainstream biology program and an advisor. And for us to be able to see her work with that whole child, I think has been a really great match for her and the school. She is an active part of our equity team, and she is an artist. And our students often see her art show up in her slides and work. And she enjoys reading and being outdoors in the Bay Area. So Casey, welcome to the district.
Yay. Thanks, Jeff. I really appreciate the kind words, especially about my demo lesson where I had students string themselves across the classroom with little strings. So it was messy to me, but I'm glad you liked it. I'm really happy to be at Hillsdale where I think for the 2.5 years that I've been here, have had a more smooth ride than I could have expected. I mean, minus COVID, but that I could have expected because I had really awesome and supportive teams and fellow new teachers, and they pushed me to be a better teacher. And I had the opportunity to really teach the intersection of science and social justice, which was something I hope to do one day, but I didn't expect I'd be so supported in doing that so early. So I'm glad to be here.
Great. And Ann Pesky, next up from Hillsdale High School, is teaching at the school part-time. She's also teaching up in the city. She teaches computer science. She has made herself a part of the community, even though she's there part-time. She is a fan of the volleyball program and athletics in general. So she is out there supporting. I remember going into her class and watching her over Zoom just model excellent coaching. I remember that lesson and her working with students, asking questions, seeing what their limits were, seeing how to push them to go beyond that through questioning techniques. She is passionate about her subject. And so when you find a part-time teacher at that caliber, very, very fortunate. So Ann, congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm very proud to be part of the Hillsdale and SMUHSD family now. Many thanks to my computer science teacher colleagues who help and support me in this new journey in education. A special thanks to Chris Rice from Aragon, Rachel Mariucci from Hillsdale, Denise Dreyer from Mills, and Jennifer Dixon from San Mateo. Thank you.
And next is Sally Rain. Sally came to us from Hillsborough, the city school district, and she was working in media production. She is teaching digital photography for us, and she is teaching our video classes. And so she stepped in a few years ago and did not have an extensive background in this work or at this age level, but right away, her passion for her subject is obvious. The time she spends on it is remarkable. She is at games filming. She has helped us create and coach students to create films for our foundation, for our alumni. Her sense of quality and how to coach students to do quality work, to take things seriously and advocate for her program have just been wonderful. She's growing as a leader and a voice on campus. And so Sally, I don't know if you knew what you were getting into when we started, but I think you have found a home at Hillsdale. So congratulations.
Well, thank you, Jeff. And I did know what I was getting into, just so that you know, 1998, my students won a national video award, and it took the state of California 2 decades to find the CTE credential to be able to hire me at Hillsdale. And I love it. It's the job I've been working towards forever. So thank you very much. Hillsdale is an amazing place to work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am going to now introduce Gus Wang, who is Gus. I see you. I think, yes, there you are. So Holly couldn't be here, but Gus is a Hillsdale employee. He is part of our family and part of our community. I did not realize this, Gus. You told me that you were an avid golfer. So we got to get out and hit the links at some point. And he came to Hillsdale from Los Altos High School. He brings to his work as a speech and language pathologist, he brings just a high energy. He is, a delight to work with. He is with students and about students. He was in my advisory not long ago, watching a student, and his expertise has been really valuable to our school. He, besides being a golfer, he notes that he is a runner, and I didn't know this either, but he runs a half marathon per month. He says not in record pace, but man, you do a half marathon a month, you're doing something right. So congratulations, and I'm really proud of being able to introduce you.
Thank you, Jeff. And I kind of feel shaking a little bit. And I still remember that, okay, all of us started at probably the same time. All of us probably went to the same new employee orientation. Dr. Skelly, you probably don't remember. That was the first question. I think it's one of our board members that raised. And the answer was already given and no one was raising hand. And I was like, really, and I was dumb enough or brave enough or whatever you call, I raised my hand. I said, well, wasn't the answer I don't even remember the question or answer. And then here came the award is lunch with Dr. Skelly. For the past 2 years, I was like, oh, no, please, the secretary of Dr. Skelly, do not call me. And I made it to today. So please still do not call me. I appreciate the offer. I appreciate the award. And can I not redeem the award? But
You're doomed.
Well, okay. So let me take it back. I will join you for dinner or a round of tennis or a coffee at any time. But anyway, so I kind of want to say I feel happy and honored, and also an even stronger sense of a duty to be part of the team at Hillsdale and also the district. And I'm truly thankful for all the tremendous support from the staff, from the administrators, and from the students, and also the families to kind of help everyone to get to the point where we are today. And I am just thankful. Thank you all. Thank you, Jeff.
Before I introduce our last person, we had two other, Veronica Heinz and Nicole Tsai, who had already gotten tenured for most of their positions, but are finishing those up and are not here today, but I at least wanted to mention their names. And finally, a Hillsdale graduate, Ruby Rodriguez, who came through Hillsdale, began to search out her own pathway, and it wound back to Hillsdale. And we couldn't be happier. She is a Knight through and through. That reflects in her teaching. She is a social studies teacher in our upper division, so she is also an advisor. And just a wonderful advisor. I got to work with her also on our team and just had some wonderful afternoons planning curriculum and events and just watching her flourish and grow as a teacher. She is married to another Hillsdale alum, so I'm sure that maybe someday we'll have another come our way. And she is, she's been active on the campus ever since she's been here. She is a group leader for our Empowerment Through Action program. She has been active in our having a first generation college student alumni panel. She's did some great consulting work with us last year on how to make our graduation ceremony more inclusive. And so though she's been in the district in some form as a sub, working in different ways since 2015, that's a long journey. Ruby, my fondest memory is just planning lessons with you and getting to teach last year with you. And so congratulations and welcome to Hillsdale and the district.
Wow. Thank you, Jeff, for those kind words.
how Jeff said back in 2015, I felt called, like a calling on my life to do something greater and bigger. I already had my degree and I had my job going, my career, or so I thought. And I quit my job knowing that I was meant to work with marginalized communities or help in some capacity. And me quitting and just going on a whim led me to education. And it's probably the best decision I ever made. I never, ever, ever thought as a teen or in my young adult years that I would ever be a teacher. And yet here I am. I feel so blessed for my students. I'm so grateful to Cappuccino, where I started my teaching career, and I ended up here home at Hillsdale. I am a Knight through and through. I bleed blue. And I'm just so happy and grateful to be here. I want to shout out to Samia Showman, Andrea Gonzalez, and Jackie Rogers for being the 3 mentors and my cooperating teachers and guiding me. I'm so lucky that I've had 3 strong women of color to guide me and be patient with me. And so I would not have been here without their guidance. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you to all. And I think we probably took more than our share of time with all 15 of ours. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Can we just have one more picture? If you got other family member, now's the time for them to jump in. I see your cat, Casey. If there's anybody else, let's take the picture now. Okay, here comes your new husband, Ruby. Okay. Thank you all. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, so I'm assuming that that picture's getting taken. All right, on we go. Mills, Pam, Dzinski. Can you let Pam in first too? All right, where is Ms. Dzinski? Can you get her in?
Dr. Skelly, I just promoted her, so she's coming in right now.
Okay, great. Okay, Ms. Dzinski, I see you're in your office there. Let's see, why don't you start off by talking a little bit and we'll promote folks as we go along.
Sure. Good evening, President Griffin, members of the board, Superintendent Skelly, and Cabinet. I have the pleasure this evening of recognizing 5 teachers as tenured teachers for Mills High School. And each teacher that I'll recognize tonight is not just a wonderful teacher and good for our students, but they also bring a skill set and a passion for our goals around equity and inclusion at Mills and throughout the district. Let's see, first, I will start with Ms. Muganam. Lena Muganam is there on our panel. Lena joined us from a neighboring district, bringing really just a wealth of physical education, teaching experience to Mills, in addition to her very varied experience in water sports and as a former firefighter. Last year during distance learning, Lena crafted powerful social, emotional lessons for her students that focus not just on the physical well-being of her students, but the mental health of her students. And she piloted some really innovative curriculum. As a Viking graduate herself, we're so fortunate to have her come back to the school that she graduated from and join us as a tenured member of the physical education department. Ms. Muganam.
Thank you, Pamela, for the introduction. And I'm very privileged to be back at Mills High School as a tenured teacher. So thank you, board. Thank you to the Mills administration. It's fun to be back home where it all started.
And it looks like you're joined by your partner.
Yes.
You want to introduce him?
This is Tom Peterson.
Hi, everybody.
Thanks for joining us and congratulations, Lena.
Thank you.
Next is Anjali Abraham. Anjali, do you want to turn on your camera?
Hello.
Anjali is a physics and guided studies teacher here at Mills. She's an incredibly strong classroom teacher, making the very difficult subject matter of physics accessible to all students. She has also served as our robotics advisor for the past 3 years. And under her leadership, the team has grown considerably as she provides really each student a meaningful opportunity to be part of the team. Anjali's PLC partner, Ms. Cotter, says that she is kind and innovative and that her patience and drive is inspiring. Congratulations, Ms. Abraham.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you, everybody. This is a really special moment for me. Mills is the first place where I feel like I've truly fit, and I've worked at a couple of different schools. So thank you for having me.
Congratulations. Anne Marie Montani is next, and she joins me here in the office on the Viking ship. She is an experienced special education teacher that joined us 2 years ago and truly fully immersed herself into the Mills community. Anne-Marie partnered with our math teacher, Molly Kovacs, to launch a co-taught algebra classroom at Mills, as well as the summer program, Summer Bridge, to support incoming students with improving their math skills. Ms. Montani strengthened our Filipino American Alliance Club as a club advisor, and she participates in our Tier 1 team. She also makes special guest performances at our musical events, gracing us with her song. And she is here tonight because she will be singing at our outdoor concert and musical at Venus Island. Ms. Montani.
Thank you. And I just have to say, I've been in a few schools and I feel like I love it. I love it here. I get to be involved. People are very welcoming and I'm so glad to be here. And it's just we're given a space that is motivated for bringing change and supporting all of our students. And I just love being here. And we're very excited about the musical that's happening tonight. Yes.
Congratulations, Ms. Montani. Ms. Mugana, Ms. Abraham, I have your Viking horns here. And Ms. Zink, and I will get them to you. Next, I welcome back Angela Zink, who is here with us on Zoom with her family. Angela joins us after gaining full tenure in our district this year. She is taking on several leadership roles at Mills, including the Social Studies Department Head this year, an Instructional Technology Coordinator, Activities Director, and is teaching the Advancing Ethnic Studies elective. So we are so fortunate to have her and her leadership at Mills. Congratulations, Ms. Zink.
Thanks, everyone.
You want to introduce your family?
Oh, sure. This is my mom and dad. He works at San Mateo. This is my partner, Michael Ferguson. He works at Burlingame. And my dog, Darwin. Sorry.
Thank you. And finally, I welcome back Dave Gregoric, our music director, who is also with me here in the office. Dave joins us again after gaining full tenure in our district. This year he's organized an amazing brown bag lunch concerts for the student body every few weeks. He has our student musicians come out to the center court and play music for their peers. And it's just such a uplifting event. We really look forward to it. And of course, tonight he is part of our musical premiere, Athena's Island. And we're so fortunate to have him here at Mills, doing amazing things with our music program. Mr. Gregor.
How you doing, everybody? First of all, I want to say, for achievement's sake, it's really a bummer to follow Angela Zink. Okay, it's the, so I'm humbled by that. President Griffin, are you still the President Griffin that was at San Jose Jazz Festival too? Have you ever worked for San Jose Jazz Festival?
Unfortunately, not.
We'll have to go down there and I'll get you. Sorry.
I've been there, but no, I wasn't there working.
Yeah, yeah, I was just trying to like meet you, so we'll do it next time. Anyway, thanks a lot. I just wanted to say that I also really work on these awkward moments that I create myself, and I teach the kids how to do them and get out of them in a very graceful way. So I just want to say that I think that that's a great service to the district, and I'm working on it all the time.
Congratulations, Mr. Gregor.
And I burned my horns. Thank you.
Mills is truly fortunate to have these new teachers at Mills High School, and thank you for this opportunity to recognize them. Go Vikings.
Okay, one smile now, and then we'll move on to San Mateo, and we'll let you guys go to music.
Okay, we're ready for our picture too.
Yes, right now. That's great. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, if we could promote Principal Shu from San Mateo, and we can go from there. So we're doing very well on time. We're actually going to finish by 7, which I didn't think was possible. So let's see if Yvonne is here yet. Yeah, there she is. I can see Bruno here. Okay, Ms. Shu, you can start talking then, and then we'll promote your teachers.
So I have 13 teachers to recognize tonight that are going to become official members of the Bearcat family. So it'll probably take a few minutes to get them in. But thank you, President Griffin, members of the board, Superintendent Skelly, members of the cabinet. I would like to offer congratulations also to all of the other teachers that have earned their permanent status this evening. And so everybody is coming in right now. So first off, I don't see him quite yet. And so I might start with somebody else to make sure that he's here. But I do see Alfonso Dueñas. Alfonso has 14 years in education, and this is his 3rd year at San Mateo. He has a blended role of serving as our Dean of Students, as well as being an English sophomore CP teacher. He is also one of our RJP leaders, for which he brings a great sense of calmness and just peace on the San Mateo campus. He is this year with our assistant principal, Adam Gelb, the co-host of San Mateo High School's El Mero Mero, which is our online Tuesday, Thursday announcements via Zoom for the whole school. And this year he is joined by Matt Shea, who's here tonight as well, co-coaching our ELD PAL soccer team. And so congratulations, felicidades, Alfonso.
Thank you, Ms. Shu, for those kind words. And thanks to all my colleagues for being so inviting these last 3 years. I love being at San Mateo High. I love being in this district. I always tell people I really have found a good place here. And I would definitely want to give a shout out to all of my fellow permanent status folks. Thank you again.
And congratulations. And now we move on to, I don't see Jose quite yet, so I'm going to move on to Francisco Gil, who is one of our 5 school counselors. Francisco is currently in his 7th year as a school counselor, and this is his 3rd year at San Mateo High School. He served as a CSF advisor at San Mateo for the past 2 years. And this year he is the co-department chair of our counseling department. He is looking forward to seeing his caseload graduate from San Mateo High School. He is currently working with juniors, and at San Mateo, they work with our same caseload for the 4 years. And I just found out through the information that he provided that Francisco has applied to an educational doctorate program for fall 2023 and is awaiting what will hopefully become an acceptance. So, el futuro doctor Gil.
Well, thank you, Ms. Shu. Thank you, President Griffin, members of the board, Superintendent Scully. Thank you for the recognition tonight and for having all of the permanent status members here today. I just want to say a quick thank you to the school counseling team at San Mateo High School. I really do appreciate all of our work together, and I really do value coming into work every day and getting to work with all of you and your sense of humor, and just value the diversity within our department and our dedication to our students. So I feel so humbled to be part of the department and part of the Bearcat family, and really grateful to be working for a district that's very committed to equity and social justice towards, the Black Lives Matter movement, the LGBTQIA+ community. So I just, again, am very happy and humbled to be a part of that. And lastly, just want to say thank you to my family, my parents, my sisters, and my partner and my pets. So thank you, everybody, and congratulations, everyone.
Next, we have Marvin Louie, and just like Aragon High School, Marvin started off as an instructional aide and is now currently a teacher. So everything has truly come full circle for Marvin. Like I said, he first started working in the district as an instructional aide at San Mateo over 10 years ago. After working at other schools in the district, he came back to San Mateo, first as the boys varsity basketball coach, and then eventually made his way back as an instructional aide at San Mateo. And now he is in our special ed department as an ed specialist. So once a Bearcat, always a Bearcat. Last year, he helped facilitate the formation of the Asian American Pacific Islander Club in an effort to educate our students about the history and struggles of the AAPI population, along with providing support and a safe place for this community of students, and now is this group's advisor. And so Marvin has his beautiful family there, his 2 daughters, Madison and Cameron, I think. Cameron, I think, just disappeared, but Marvin?
Thank you so much, Yvonne. I would also like to thank Dr. Scully, Dr. Black, Dr. Kempke, and the board for fostering a culture where retaining its valued employees and giving them opportunities to advance professionally is a priority. As Yvonne mentioned, I've served many, many years in this district as an instructional aide, a basketball coach, and now a teacher. So I am extremely grateful to have a permanent position in this district and at San Mateo High School. A special shout out to Sabby and her wonderful work in providing support to all the new teachers in the district. Tabitha, thank you for helping coach me through these first 2 years. A huge thank you to Brian and Heather for being the best support system I could ask for when I first started in this new role. And to the whole San Mateo SPED department and the Bearcat staff faculty, you are the best. I worked in many different classrooms in the district and I've observed many educators, too many to name, but you've all impacted me in some way. And I'm so thankful that you were part of my journey to get here. And lastly, I want to thank my family for all their support. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. I don't see her, but I know that she texted me before. Alejandrina Marquez. And so this might be a surprise to you. She officially, for my Bearcats out there, that she officially changed her last name, and it's actually McIntosh, but she does want to use Marquez at school. Alejandrina is a Spanish teacher, and in her first year at San Mateo, she advised the Latino Dance Club. And even though it didn't take off as planned, since they started so late in the school year, it was really nice to hold a space for Latino students to come and dance and enjoy the music that they love. She got to meet and bond with students who were not in her classes as well, and that was a really special opportunity for her. Year 2 was different as it was online, but she still felt like she was able to connect with her students and see them learn and enjoy Spanish despite the circumstances. She looks forward to more chances to get to know students outside of their abilities in Spanish and to grow as a teacher and colleague here at San Mateo High School. There she is, Alejandrina, and her husband and new baby Thomas.
Yeah, hi, I'm here. I wasn't showing up earlier, not sure why, but I'm here now. Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really grateful for this. I'm excited to keep going, and thanks to everyone at San Mateo, Yvonne, and at the district. And I always tell everyone this is like my dream job, my dream school. So this is a really big deal for me. And here's baby Thomas. He's sleeping, but he was born in May, and my husband, Jeremy. Thank you.
I'm going to move to Brian Only. There he is with his family. Brian teaches biology, EL biology, and last year he was introduced to biotech. Brian shared with me that teaching science at San Mateo has been nothing short of amazing. He has a special appreciation that he'd like to go out to all his mentors who have helped him get his feet set, but especially for Jimmy Ikeda, who shared with him the inner workings of our unique biotech program at San Mateo. He is looking forward to empowering more of our students to see themselves as scientists, as well as rethinking how we evaluate them in order to help them make mistakes and grow from those experiences. So there is Brian and his family.
All right, prepare for interruptions. But yeah, I just want to appreciate everybody, my students, past and present, who are always teaching me new things, and my family who it's been a pretty wild 2 years, but couldn't do without them. So thank you, everybody.
Go Bearcats!
Go Bearcats, yeah.
I don't see Olivia here, but I know she is here because I saw her supporting some of our other teachers earlier in the chat, but I have Olivia Reedy, our dance teacher. And so hopefully she'll pop up because I know she's here. I think she's here. Actually, San Mateo has such a big group that she's probably on screen too. But Olivia is excited and grateful to be a permanent teacher in the district as well as the Bearcat family. She had a wonderful first-year teaching experience as an Aragon Don before stepping into her dance director role at San Mateo High School. She teaches 5 dance classes, which are packed every year, and teaches jazz, tap, hip hop, house, contemporary, and ballet. So if anybody wants to come over and take a dance class, you're more than welcome to get out of your offices. She has directed live dance performances as well as 2 virtual dance shows during her year of social distancing. She has also organized other events for dance students, such as weekend dance intensives, master classes, photo shoots, and is continuing the tradition of the New York City dance field trip tradition this year. Her favorite thing about being a Bearcat is collaborating with her talented colleagues on performances such as the combined marching band and dance halftime performance at the Little Big Game, working with our drama director for this year's fall musical, the 25th annual Putnam County Spelling Bee. And lastly, she aims to create a loving and welcoming dance community through activities such as, and in case you haven't missed those YouTube videos, the Family Dance Challenge. Olivia is a strong believer in the power of dance as a way to connect students and cultivate empathy, and is very excited to be back in the studio with students this year. Congratulations, Olivia.
And Olivia is actually at spelling bee rehearsal right now. She had to duck out to go to rehearsal.
Okay, I know I saw her in the chat before. So next up we have Juliana Scafani. I'm like, where is she? So many faces up here. Juliana is an English teacher and our co-instructional technology coordinator this year. In the past, she has served as our freshman connections advisor and is currently an advisor for 2 clubs, the International Affairs Club and Bring Change to Mind. Something that she is looking forward to is continuing her work with technology and going to more school events, and things are opening back up and school is getting back to normal. So congratulations, Juliana.
Thank you. I have worked at a few schools in the past, and I must say that San Mateo is the most positive place where I have ever worked. Everyone is so happy to be there and just truly loves what they do and loves their job. So I'm really excited to be a permanent member here.
And moving right along, Mr. Shea. Matt Shea is a math teacher and he is our head ELD PAL soccer coach. Before his tenure here at San Mateo, he had never taught an ELD class before, so he teaches ELD math. And by working at San Mateo with this group, he has discovered how passionate he is, not only about teaching, but working with English learners. Coaching the ELD soccer team has been an excellent way to foster relationships with his students outside the classroom. He also shared that he feels privileged to work at such an amazing school and looks forward to many more years working with the ELD department. Mr. Shea.
Thanks, Yvonne. I was told by a friend in Boston who taught that it takes 4 schools to find your home, and that was so true about San Mateo. This is my 4th school. And on top of the great leadership from admin and the support and collaboration from faculty, on top of that, I was able to find my true passion teaching English learners. As my first school that I've taught an English language development class, and I love it. And so I just want to say thanks to everyone that's been, either in my PLC or that's worked with me. And San Mateo is really my forever home, and I'm really happy to be here. So go Bearcats.
And one of his colleagues that he works very closely with is Miss Sarah Wong. And so Sarah is also a member of our fabulous math department, and she is in her 4th year of teaching EL Algebra and Algebra 2. She is the club advisor for the Design Thinking Club, and she is looking forward to continuing to grow as a teacher at San Mateo. She shared that she considers herself very lucky to be surrounded by other teachers who inspire her to try new things every year. Congratulations, Sarah.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you to the board. I'm super grateful to work at a district that takes care of its teachers, and I'm looking forward to many years to come, and super grateful to have faculty that support me and inspire me, like you said for me already. Thank you.
And we have up next, Ms. Wozniak, who is there with Penny. Stephanie Wozniak is our drama teacher, and after years of working as an actor and director, Stephanie went back to school to get her teaching credential and was first introduced to the warm, welcoming halls of San Mateo in the fall of 2018 when she worked here as a student teacher. The following year, she returned as a part-time teacher, as a part-time teacher, but during the summer of 2020, when our beloved drama teacher, Brad Friedman, retired, Stephanie says that she was honored and slightly terrified to step into the role of the drama teacher during these unprecedented times. A year of virtual teaching has not deterred her, and she is thrilled to be back in the classroom teaching musical theater, drama, and cinema and society. This year, as I mentioned before, Stephanie is directing the San Mateo High School Fall Musical, which opens next month, the 25th annual Putnam County Spelling Bee. And this is going to be the first of 3 in-person productions this year, so hopefully everything will remain the same. She shared that the Spelling Bee has proven to be a healing experience for her drama students, both on-stage performers and backstage crew. She feels incredibly grateful to be a Bearcat and part of such a student-centered and supportive educational team at San Mateo. Congratulations, Stephanie.
Thank you so much. I'm here with my circus, and so I won't take too much time. We are a family of lifelong learners, and my husband is in a Zoom class getting his master's. So I've got duty with all of this, but I am really, really grateful to be a Bearcat and supported by all of you lovely, wonderful people.
Okay, and next up we have Jane Zimmerman, one of our school counselors who is working with our seniors this year. So she started as a freshman with the class of 2020 and now gets to graduate her first class. Jane shared with me that when she first came to San Mateo, she immediately felt that it was where she belonged. From her amazing and dedicated department colleagues to getting to know teachers, and above all, the incredible and inspiring students at San Mateo, she has finally found home. Going through the pandemic, it solidified for her more than ever that she is in the right place. She is constantly challenged, engaged, and inspired to work for her students and this amazing community. And she is so grateful to be officially calling San Mateo her home. Congratulations, Jane.
So what can I say? This is just an amazing, the last 12 people before me have all just been like amazing people. And it just reaffirms for me how lucky and grateful I am to be a Bearcat and to be working in this community. So thank you. And I'm so, so excited. And congratulations, everybody.
I have two more individuals that I don't see them, but I'm going to speak very briefly about them. Jose Vanuelos is a social science teacher. He teaches ethnic studies as well as our ADL class. Jose has loved the time at San Mateo because of its diverse and inclusive community. He loves being an advisor to the La Raza Unida Club, Jeopardy Club, and the debate team. He shared with me that he has learned so much professionally and personally by working at San Mateo and is looking forward to many more years of being a Bearcat. So congratulations, Jose. If you're here, maybe you can pop up. If not, I'm going to move on to another person that I know is not here due to a last minute leak in his apartment. Okay. Kyle Odom, who is a physics teacher, has taught EL physics as well as AP physics. And so in his short 3 years at San Mateo, Kyle has been involved with robotics, Science Bowl, Bio Olympiad, Dungeons and Dragons Club, Astronomy Club, and the Card Artistry Club. He said that he likes to take on a lot of clubs because he finds them really enjoyable to see his students engage with something that they are passionate about. And he enjoys giving his students the opportunity to do so. Over the past couple of years, he has greatly enjoyed and benefited from all the collaboration that we as a school facilitate, including teachers and administrators, through sharing ideas and resources. He would like to give a shout out to Patrick Thrasher, our science department chair, for being a great person to collaborate with and for being so helpful over the past 2 years, as well as his ELD colleagues for the hard work that we put into last year to create and pursue better outcomes for our ELD students. He looks forward to future opportunities for collaboration and to see his current students grow over the course of the year. Congratulations, Kyle.
Okay, so let's get a picture here real fast. Everybody smile, get those children in here, spouses and other folks. And then we have Peninsula left to go. All right, so if you could promote Ron, we'll start with Ron talking about his couple of teachers. Do I see Mr. Campana? Okay, Mr. Campana, I see you on the screen here. You can start talking and you can be sure we'll get your folks on there.
Okay, thank you. Board President Griffin, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Skelly, members of District Cabinet. I'd like to take a brief moment to thank the district leadership, Craig Childress and Sabby Hopkins, for supporting our and all the district teachers in their growth this year and throughout the process. My parents once told me teaching is a gift. I told them in return that finding the right teachers for Peninsula High School is like finding treasure. It is both rare and highly valuable. I have two treasures I'd like to share with the board tonight who will be receiving tenure. With this being their third year in the district, they have now taught in 3 different locations in the last 3 years. First year, San Bruno, second year, Zoom, and third year, now Burlingame. The first teacher I'd like to honor tonight is Tiffany Beltran. Tiffany Beltran is our economics, ethnic studies, guided studies teacher, and now our union representative. She has a calming demeanor and clear expectation. She provides a well-balanced, supportive, and engaging learning environment focused on student growth. Her instruction focuses on college and career readiness. She is our department chair for social studies and came from El Camino High School before she started her time at Peninsula High School. On behalf of the entire Puma family, I would like to congratulate Tiffany Beltran. Now I'd like to turn over the floor to Ms. Beltran if she'd like to say anything.
I just want to say thank you for Peninsula staff, Puma family. It's been awesome working here the past 2 years, and I look forward to many more years at Peninsula.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beltran. And Ms. Beltran, we're also congratulations, was recently married, so we're excited to have her and welcome her husband to part of the Puma family as well. All right, our next honoree tonight for tenure is Tiffany Spohr. Tiffany came to us from John O'Connell High School in San Francisco. She teaches integrated math, geometry, guided studies, and is also a teacher who represents our union representation for the certificate. She has brought stability to our math program, which has been long in need at Peninsula High School, and has seen a significant increase in our student scores in the Scholastic Math Inventory. She clearly understands the needs of the students that she serves and knows how to bring out the best in them. She is passionate about the curriculum development and instructional design she brings daily. On behalf of the entire Puma family, I would like to congratulate Tiffany Spohr. Tiffany, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. I really couldn't be happier at Peninsula. We have the best staff, families, and students, and I'm just very grateful.
Thank you both. And that's it for Peninsula High School.
All right, so everybody smile because we're going to take one last picture of this staff. You guys look great. Okay, all right, that's good. All right, so now I think we start the regular board meeting. This was really, really nice. One of my favorite events of the year. I appreciate the boards making this a priority. And with that, we'll start the regular meeting.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Start with roll call. Trustee Andrade Zuniga.
Present.
Trustee Land.
Here.
Trustees Lees Dwyer.
Present.
Trustee Hanley.
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to recognize Taylor Wong present, student board rep.
Mr. Griffin, we actually have Kristen Yu speaking on instead of Taylor tonight.
Okay, we'll note Taylor's absent. Caitlin Huntington, Caitlin present. Okay, thank you. Superintendent, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have our Spanish interpreter this evening, Mr. Montaldo. For those who would like to attend this meeting in Spanish, that option is available. Mr. Montaldo, if you would please communicate that, then we will open the interpreter room. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, están asistiendo ustedes a la reunión del directorio del Distrito Escolar Unificado de San Mateo. En breves instantes podrán tener acceso al canal de español, a través del cual podrán escuchar las diferentes presentaciones de hoy. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. If you wish to view the closed caption of this meeting, please view the meeting on the SMUHSD board meeting YouTube channel. The link to the YouTube channel can be found on our website. You may view the captions in English as we live stream our meeting tonight, and you may view the captions in a variety of other languages if you choose to watch after this meeting has ended. Viewers may request additional accommodations by calling 650-558-2201. That's 650-558-2201. We would like to welcome and acknowledge the student board reps tonight. There's a report out from closed session. In our closed session, the board, upon motion of Trustee Leesdwyer and seconded by Trustee Hanley, moved to approve a special education settlement with a vote of 5-0. And in closed session, the board, upon motion by Trustee Leesdwyer, seconded by Trustee Land, approve a separation agreement with employee number 20992 with a vote of 5-0. This is a public meeting of the San Mateo Union High School District Board of Trustees. If you wish to make a comment about an agenda item or during the public comment section at the beginning of the agenda, please send an email to comments with an S at SMUHSD.org. That's comments with an S at SMUHSD.org with your name, email address, and your Zoom name if different, and the item under which you would like to comment. The board president will call on you. Please note that comments are limited to 3 minutes. The board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. I think that's all the T's and C's. So is there any public comment? Any general public comment, Ms. Chalkley?
No general public comment, but we do have Candace Thomas who wants to comment on J1 when we get to that item.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay, does the board have any public comments at this point?
Yeah, I do.
Trustee Leesdwyer.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just wanted to thank all the principals and all of the newly tenured teachers who came to the meeting tonight and shared with us about their work and what they're doing at the schools, all the extracurricular stuff that they're doing. I didn't think that it was going to be that fun on Zoom, or in person. It's always really exciting. And so I was kind of concerned, but it was amazing. And I think it was almost more exciting because we actually got to see them individually and got to hear them and see their families. And I think that it turned out to be a really wonderful event. And so I want to thank the superintendent for organizing that. And it was so good to see all of the new teachers and hear about what they're doing and how excited they are to be in the district. I'd also like to, when we get to it, pull J1, because I don't think proclamations should be on consent agendas. Thank you.
Okay, everybody's hand went up at once, so I'm going to start at the top. Trustee Hanley.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly comment that the Atlantic Magazine is having what they call the Atlantic Festival right now that goes on for tomorrow and Saturday and several days next week. And I would just commend it for people who are interested in it. It's an online conference. It's free. Tomorrow morning, they're going to have a session on reimagining K-12 education. They're going to have a session on youth mental health, I think, tomorrow. But there are several really interesting sessions with national and some international speakers. And if you read the Atlantic magazine, it's has very provocative and interesting, well done stories consistently. But the Atlantic Festival is a very interesting conference, and I just draw people's attention to it. If you have some time and are interested in it, the sessions are very very interesting. Have some very interesting speakers, and it would be worth checking it out.
Thank you. Trustee Andrade Zuniga.
Thank you. Buenas noches. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to first acknowledge that we are on Ramaytush Ohlone land and acknowledge all the people who have come before us and who are still part of our community and in community with us. I also wanted to mention if anybody has any needs for ASL interpretation or closed captioning, that people can let us know beforehand, or any sort of translation for any documents that are not translated. I wanted to also kind of piggyback on Trustee Dwyer's comments about the tenure ceremony for our teachers. I'm very proud of this district and all of the amazing teachers that we have. It's so uplifting to see such amazing talent and just so many people that love our students so much and love this district. I was very, just very proud, and it was a great change of pace. So thank you. I also wanted to let everybody know that once a month, Yo Disabled and Proud, which is a youth organization for youth with disabilities, has a youth speaker series. This month they had a woman of color with a disability that worked in the White House at one point. She spoke. So if anybody's interested, it could be, students with or without disabilities. That is once a month, and it's with Yo Disabled and Proud. And then also, I wanted to just acknowledge our PTOs, PTSOs, and the Black Parents Association. Trustee Dwyer and I were able to meet with them this week, and it's just great to see how many people are so involved with our students and our families and our school communities. Again, too, there are still some clinics around the area to continue to vaccinate. So please continue to vaccinate. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Land.
So I'll try not to be repetitive. Both Linda and Lihia did a great job. I really love the tenure ceremony, getting to know all the teachers who are getting tenure. It's great to see their families, just like Linda was saying. One of the things I do want to mention is I was really proud of the fact that a lot of the teachers felt supported by our district, showed us how equity is at the forefront of what we do. It's really great to hear that from the teachers, and I think it's just a testament to our district and what we do. And it's really great to hear us when we're listening to the tenure ceremony. I only have one other announcement. The San Mateo School Boards Association, of which I'm the vice president this year, is having their first general membership meeting. It is Monday, September 27th. So board members, if you're interested, please let me know. You probably got an email. It's on the 27th, and it's clarifying and navigating the legal and practical impacts of independent study and ensuring continuity of learning for all students amid this continuing pandemic. So it's quite a large agenda item, but it's going to be very informative. So please join us or let me know if you're interested. Thank you.
I'll try not to be repetitive since 3 board members already spoke on the item. We have an item later on our recruitment and retention. And one thing I have to say about the reception is for tenured employees, that was a very young, diverse group. It's a very promising group. And it was nice to see, and you don't have to be homegrown and you don't have to go to school and graduate from the district, but it was very nice to see that in this group. So I think we have a lot to look forward to and a lot to expect from our teachers coming up. So That's my comment. We're gonna go to the consent agenda. We're pulling J1. Does anybody else want anything else pulled?
Sorry, but why are you pulling J1?
Well, we're pulling it to discuss it. No,
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant pulling it not to discuss it. My bad.
Ms. Thomas, the way it works is the items in J are approved with one motion unless a board member pulls them, and then they're discussed further. So what we'll do is we'll approve the consent agenda if there's no other items, and then we'll take on J1 as a separate item.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, sorry. Okay, is there a motion on the balance of the consent agenda?
I think Linda has her hand up.
Okay, sorry.
I wanted to I wanted to make a comment on J19, and I just want to make a comment. I don't want to pull it.
Okay,
Should I do that now?
please.
Okay. I want to thank the district for doing the investigation into how the organization is set up legally. As you know, that's very important to me. And it's kind of a convoluted organization. I think their intentions are really good. And what we're going to be them is also really good. Since it's a very young residency program, I asked that the district really pay and giving what the intent of the contract is. Again, it's a convoluted organization. So I appreciate you providing all that information.
Okay.
That's it.
Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
I move to accept all but J1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Land and a second by trustees Lee Dwyer. Trustee Andrade Zuniga, how do you vote?
Oh, yes.
Trustee Land?
Yes.
Trustee Lee Dwyer?
Yes.
Trustee Hanley?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, and the consent agenda passes 5-0. J1, adopt proclamation designating October LGBTQ month. We have a public comment.
I'm pulling it. So can I make a comment? Okay. Can I say
Please.
something though?
Please.
Since I pulled it.
Go ahead.
And I believe that important things like proclamations, particularly this one, should be discussed and should not be put on a consent agenda because I think it undervalues the importance of the proclamation. We're public schools, and we value each and every student and what they bring to the school. And so I want to make sure that our students understand that and appreciate it, that we care about all of them. And so I think I'm pulling it because I welcome the public comment, and I want to make sure that we give this its due. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a public comment.
All right. Hi, so my name is Candace Thomas, and I'm a teacher at Hillsdale High School. And so I'm actually commenting not on the proclamation per se, but on the decision to fly the progress flag, or perhaps to fly the progress flag that Dr. Skelly is about to put forward. Now, to be clear, I think flying the progress flag is important, that it should be flown, but flying the progress flag is not a proper substitution for the Black Lives Matter flag. Students at Cappuccino and I believe Mills High School asked for our district to fly the Black Lives Matter flag. Dr. Skelly responded to them in an email saying that that is not possible because Black Lives Matter is political in nature, and that he was going to ask for us to fly this progress flag instead. So the progress flag represents the unique struggles of Black and brown queer folks, okay? And recognizing intersectionality is important. You should fly the progress flag, but not as a replacement for the Black Lives Matter flag. As these students at Cappuccino High have asked, the district should fly the Black Lives Matter flag. This is a slippery slope, saying the district saying that Black Lives Matter is political and that they can't be associated with it. Can I still wear my Black Lives Matter shirt? Should I take down my Black Lives Matter poster? Black Lives Matter should not be political. My life is not political. My life matters. Okay. Dr. Skelly, Mr. Griffin, you said that you are dedicated to this anti-racist PD initiative, but then this decision that Dr. Skelly made not to fly the Black Lives Matter flag shows that you are not dedicated to being anti-racist, and that is just lip service. Even Shane Saphir, the consultant that you hired for this, tweeted that if students want to fly the pride flag, if they want to fly the Black Lives Matter flag, then our district should let them. Your decision to not fly the Black Lives Matter flag has just told Black students, teachers, and parents that they don't matter. They are not important, that they do not belong here. I hope that the board will make the decision to fly the progress flag and have an open conversation about flying the Black Lives Matter flag. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, this item is here for action. Are there any comments? Okay, I have a comment with respect to the Black Lives Matter flag. I would very much be in favor of flying that flag if there in fact would come an agenda item and a vote. It's not related to this particular item. So is there a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Trustee Land, you were,
I was
sorry.
waiting for a comment. Both Lehia and I had our hands up.
Yeah, it's difficult to see. I apologize.
Nope, that's okay. So
Okay.
you want Lehia? Lehia, she made the motion, but I just wanted to make a
Yeah,
comment.
go ahead.
It just, for me, it's very important that I wanted to echo what Linda had said about the proclamation itself. Anytime we bring a proclamation like this, I think we need to value it by giving it credence and having discussion and having some part of this be part of our meeting. When we put it on the consent agenda, what we're doing is we're just saying, yes, okay, fine, and pass it along. I'm glad Ms. Thomas talked about the Black Lives Matters flag. It's something that we need to discuss is through policy. And I think we need to make it very clear that that is something we want to support as well. So Mr. Griffin, I'm glad that you mentioned it as well. It's not on our agenda item, but at the end, we can ask to be put on the agenda. So I will try to listen and do the right thing. But I think it's important that any proclamation like we just did needs to be separated, not put on consent. This is not the first time I've said this either. I know this is something that comes up time and time again. Things of importance need to not be on consent. Thank you.
Trustee Andrade Zuniga.
Ms. Thomas, you're 100% right. This is not a political situation. This is about people and our experience as people of color in this district, in this world. We're gonna, put this on the agenda, and I am totally in favor of flying the BLM flag. It's very much like you said. If we're doing anti-racist work, anti-bias work, we have to show with our actions as well. It's not just, taking a class or, watching a presentation. It's beyond that. So I 100% support, those comments. So I appreciate your time for, coming and speaking on that. And it's definitely something that we've addressed. So thank you.
Trustees Lees Dwyer. You're muted.
I just want to remind the student board members that you have a voice and you should put up your little hand if you want to speak on any topic. So here you are. So don't lose your opportunity. Just put that little hand up, okay? Thank you.
Okay, who made the motion? Or was there? Okay.
I think it was Lehia and then Linda seconded, or the other way around, but it was the two.
Okay, so Trustee Andrade Zuniga made.
Mr. Griffin, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be out of order, but it looked like Caitlin Huntington had her hand up. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Well, it didn't show up on the screen. I did not see it. Sorry. Caitlin.
That's totally okay. My computer is not the best with Wi-Fi. Hi, my name is Caitlin Huntington, and I would like to build off what Ms. Thomas said. I am from Cappuccino High School, and we work a lot with our Black Student Union, and I agree that we should be able to fly that flag, and this is not a political matter. And I am totally for what Ms. Thomas had said.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by trustee Andrade Zuniga, and the second was trustee Lees Dwyer. Trustee Andrade Zuniga, how do you vote?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, trustee Land.
Yes.
Trustee Lees Dwyer.
Yes.
Trustee Hanley.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, and so that item passes 5-0 on J1. We'll move on to K1, reports of the special regular reports, report of the superintendent.
Thank you very much. I don't have very much to that I think we should. I'd like to hold the time. We've got lots of a long agenda. So the only thing I'll say is that school is proceeding. We're sensing much more involvement from our parents and our students this year in all kinds of activities, whether it's participation in athletics or clubs or other things. We're anxious to keep moving forward. The kids and staff are tired and working hard, but we're seeing a lot of real excitement to be back in person, and that's continuing in the past month. We're now 6 weeks into the school year, and things are going very, very well indeed.
Okay, report of the District Teachers Association representative.
We've had some technical difficulties here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to leave my camera off because I'm on my phone. First, I'd like to, again, congratulate all the permanent teacher the permanent teachers who have been conferred with permanent status. Again, I just want to echo that it's a huge milestone and a really special time in their career. I didn't know if there were going to be a lot of speakers on the topic on J1, but I want to applaud Ms. Thomas for her words about having thoughtful discussions and being open to creating inclusive policies. I think that's the direction that we need to head. And I know some of the trustees spoke about that, but with technical difficulties, I couldn't hear them. I want to, again, lend my support for the vaccine policy for extracurriculars, as I did last time. I believe it's a step in the right direction. I believe that we should probably be extending that requirement to all coaches, spectators, especially for indoor sports. But that policy and any vaccine policy can't happen without some serious public outreach, without the support for students who may be vaccine averse, families who may be vaccine averse, who need to be educated on the needs and the safety, for students and families who may not have access to the opportunity to be vaccinated. We really need to do the legwork to not, we can't just make a mandate and not provide the support and facilitation. To that end, I would also like you to consider taking a position as a board that vaccines be required for all employees and all students in the district. Following the LAUSD, now Oakland Unified, Contra Costa County and Berkeley Unified are also considering moving in this direction. As Dr. Skelly and I emailed back and forth, there's no plan, there's no timeline yet. The devil's in the details, certainly, but taking that position and moving in that direction is only going to provide more support, more momentum, and more support for government agencies to consider this something that is important for students in the state. I did receive an email back from Nancy McGee, the county office superintendent, who just again mentioned how well our district is doing in getting kids vaccinated, and I do want to recognize that. I know I sent you an email this morning or maybe yesterday about moving towards vaccination for all, but I neglected to mention how well we are doing with getting kids vaccinated and having employees vaccinated. So that's a really good push. However, what Ms. McGee also said was that the county office continues to advocate to the state of California, the CDPH, to add COVID-19 to the list of required immunizations for students. And I think that's a step in the right direction. I think districts taking a position that's important and that's something that they value is only going to help support that trend and move in that direction. I will again advocate for providing quality face coverings and quality masks and enforcing the policy as the law requires to make sure that we are protecting our students, protecting our staff, and keeping schools safe and really keeping schools open. The fact of the matter is KN95s are readily available, they're inexpensive, and they can be provided at very little cost to the district. Finally, on a more well, I won't say those things aren't positive because I think those are the positive direction that we should be heading. But on a more positive note for all, I do want to recognize that the tentative agreement is coming before you tonight, and I really do appreciate the negotiations process. Dr. Black and I have worked a long time together at the negotiating table, and as well as Carla Cordy, our bargaining chair, and it's always a process. To say the least, and it's a process that usually results, as Ms. Dwyer's oft to comment, that a good agreement never makes everyone happy. So I think it's a very good agreement. I think we're in really good shape, and I also want to recognize that the Health Benefits Committee, working in conjunction with the bargaining teams, have developed a proposal to address the out-of-pocket costs for employees that should benefit not only teachers but all employees in the district. So I'm very pleased with the agreements that we've made and the proposal that we've made for healthcare. So thank you very much.
Okay, I inadvertently jumped over, it wasn't intentionally, the lines all run together. So Kristen, you want to make your report?
Yeah, hi everyone. It's good to see everyone again, and it's good to be back from last year. I'm a student board member. I was also a student board member last year. I'm Kristen. I'm a junior this year, and I go to Aragon High School. I want to comment. I want to comment on L1. I know it was presented last time, and there was a lot of controversy surrounding this policy. And lucky enough, this week on Tuesday, we had our first UASB meeting where we discussed this policy and how the students would respond to it. And there was controversy in the discussion as well. Some people agree that we should give an option for a negative COVID test, while other people voted for a complete vaccine mandate. So usually when we have these types of controversies, we take to the student and we really want to make sure we're representing student voices. So with the short time we had, we basically had all of our UISB members post on their stories, informing the student body about this policy and allowing them to vote whether or not they would support the revised policy with the option of a negative COVID test or support a complete COVID vaccine mandate. And the results are as followed. We got 604 votes, which is 71% that agree with the revised policy, and 249 votes, which is 29% of the district disagreeing with the revised policy, asking for a complete COVID vaccine mandate. So currently our stance would be to agree with the revised policy, but a lot of other comments that we got for people who disagreed or even people who agreed is that if we are going to have negative COVID testing options, like the results options available for people who want to attend events and sports, we should have them also available for people regularly attending school, because it doesn't make sense to only test them when they're going to events, when they're also going to school, and when we eat lunch, we take off our masks together. So I just wanted to bring those results to the board today and also make those comments, because I think those are the biggest comments that we're hearing echoing throughout student voices. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Caitlin, do you have anything?
So I'm ASB president at Cappuccino right now. I'm a senior. I was a little late to the meeting and being informed that I was a board representative. I wasn't informed until Tuesday, so I have not spoken to UASB yet on the matter. I am so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Moving on to
Can I just say something real quick? Sorry. I just wanted to say how proud I am of all of you. For you to hold a, a poll and, ask your student body, I mean, that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. So that's amazing. Thank you for bringing us that information, because ultimately all of this stuff affects you. And so thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sure, we all do as a board. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to K4, report of the CSEA Chapter 519 representative.
We don't have a representative tonight.
Okay. K5, report of the San Mateo Adult School Teachers Association rep.
I am Cynthia, representing CFT Local 4681. Congratulations to the beautiful group of new teachers. I remember that milestone. It's a great feeling. This is Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, the week when adult education gets focused on a national level. Adult education has an invisibility problem, rooted in the invisibility of the communities we serve. We are also the schools who teach the families of the K-12 kids so many districts struggle to reach. We invite everyone here this evening to get to know us better, what we do and who we serve, and to serve as ambassadors for our school and adult education as a branch of public education. Thank you to those of you who have done this. As part of Adult Ed and Family Literacy Week, I served on a national panel this week focusing on student leadership, along with student Shelley Chang and staff member and former student Marina Kravtsova. Everyone has a voice, but not everyone's voice is listened to. Creating space for student voice is not common in adult education. This is slowly beginning to change, thanks in part to the work of our school community and similar schools where voice is valued. I will email you the handout we created. And coming off this idea of voice, I want to say, as a 20+ year veteran teacher in the district and the parent of a Bearcat alum and the white mother of a Black daughter, the Black Lives Matter flag is a very important signifier. So thank you for this discussion, and I look forward to seeing it fly.
Thank you. Okay, L1, approve specific draft board policy 6145.1.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll, if you could call it the presentation materials. This is an item that the board asked that we bring back again. I'll go through it as quickly as I can. And I do want to, I forgot to mention the labor agreements items that will be probably, attendance will drop off after we get through this item, but it really is a tribute to the culture in this district that we are able to reach agreements in a way that preserves relationships. It's that is made in mutual respect, that we work closely with our bargaining units. And I think it's another sign of the value that this district puts on employees and the people who interact with our students every single day. So the board asked us to bring back this item. It was originally brought on September 9th. As the board knows, we're back taking into consideration the input that we got from the board, and we recommend it to you. Our job is to bring you recommendations, and then it's your job to set policy. So if you go to the next slide here, it's really important to look at the CDC guidelines. And in particular, schools should consider implementing screening testing of participants who are not fully vaccinated up to 24 hours before sports, competition, or extracurricular events. Now, so this, I think, was the genesis of this policy. A lot has been made about testing, about vaccines, and we'll talk through those. But the key idea here is that folks that are not fully vaccinated really need a level of testing that under our present policies and practices, we don't have a way to compel those who are participating in extracurriculars to test. And we obviously at this point don't have the ability to compel students to get vaccines. I guess we could, and some districts are looking at that, but they haven't set timetables. What I think we're proposing today will improve the safety of our community while allowing folks to use testing as a way, should they choose not to fully vaccinate. So if we go to the next slide here. So at the September 9th board meeting, we had quite a few speakers who spoke on this item. And I think some of the ideas that they presented had some merit. And board members horned in on these ideas and shared them as we concluded our discussion. One is that the students who are playing a fall sport have made a commitment to their teammates. In other words, they join the teams with a certain set of expectations. Their teammates expected them to participate. They're counting on them now as the season goes forward. And there was concern among the board and others about asking those players to leave if we didn't have a vaccine mandate. The second is, and this is something I've heard from parents, where parents disagree with each other about whether or not the student should be vaccinated or not. And the student is caught in the middle here. And so that student doesn't have agency over here. And it feels just like the first one, it feels unfair to penalize that student for parents who can't agree. And then the third, one of the third items was that we still don't have full approval for students who are under 16 years of age, and those students make up a sizable portion of our students. Next slide. So the board asked about vaccine encouragement, and I'm open to ideas and things that we can do to encourage our students to be vaccinated. We haven't, to be in full disclosure, we haven't engaged in a campaign to, engage in the science or the back and forth, because we're not scientists. But we have encouraged every staff member and every student to get vaccinated to the extent that we can. We provided clinics. We provided information on how folks could get vaccinated. We've aided in the vaccination of thousands of residents through the opportunities at our schools on Saturdays, through the Stanford Health Van and other areas. We do this in every message that I send to the superintendent out as a superintendent, and I'm open to ideas, but we're doing a heck of a lot and far more than any other district that I'm aware of. Next slide. So we think that particularly among our athletes, as we've cross-checked lists between those students playing a fall sport and our vaccination rates, that the number of athletes, at least, involved in this who are not vaccinated is very, very low. We think, we know based on these numbers that our athletic trainers could be the people who tested students playing sports within the 24 to 48 hour window that we propose as part of this policy. So, and the rates among athletes are 85 to 96%. And based on the data that we have that we'll present here, which is updated since we did this slide, we think the rates may be higher than 96% and closer to 98 and closer to the staff rates. Next slide. Okay, so this is a slide that we provided at the last board item, and it gives you an idea of what the rates are in our county. We had, they track the number of cases in the last 30 days, and these are not exact numbers and cases, information is coming in, but at the last meeting, on September 9th, we mentioned that there were 3,284 cases. And that was down from September 1st by about 500. Now it's down to 2,536, and that's down 1,200 since the beginning of the month. The R rate, which is a measure of whether the numbers are increasing or decreasing, was at 0.91, and now is at 0.85, which suggests that the number of cases is going down more quickly than it was on September 9th. Now, the number of 2,536 is still high and is still unacceptably high, and we're all dedicated to getting the number of cases down. And so that's part of why we have this policy and keeping them down, frankly. California is doing a really good job of this. And so, we want to continue to do that. And vaccinating students and testing students is an important way that we can do this. We mentioned last meeting that about 98% of staff are vaccinated per their self-attestation. Now, the state is going to require, and we have, for many of our employees, we already have this. We have their vaccine cards. We know that they've actually been vaccinated. And so this is self-attestation, and it may be higher when we get to these numbers.
I can't leave this presentation.
Ms. Dwyer, you're not muted. We also mentioned that at the last board meeting that we had 82% of our students vaccinated. I'm really pleased to report that number is now up to 87% today. I just got the data. That's information where we do have the cards and they've been verified. So of the 18% who were not vaccinated on the 9th, now we know that number has been reduced by over 25%. The number of unvaccinated students has been reduced by 25%. So we're up to 87%. Okay. The next slide gives you some information about some of the ethnic breakdown and the vaccination rates by school. And this is also really, really good news. Some of this is due to better information that we have, but some of it is due to students actually going and getting vaccinations. So for example, the board expressed some real concern about our African-American and Latino and Pacific Islander rates of vaccination. And those have seen dramatic increases, double-digit increases in the percentage increase. Percentage increase is not exactly right because the percentage, well, it's a mathematical issue, but the percent has increased by that much. So we're really pleased with these numbers. They're headed in the right direction. And we think that as time goes on, we can continue to move those numbers up. The other part here is the vaccination rates. We have new data on these as well. Mills, according to our records, is now far and away the leading school in terms of vaccination rates. They're almost the same as staff members at 96%. So that's really a high number. If you'll remember, there was concerns about Peninsula. They're now the second highest rate of vaccination in the district, which is a tribute to the staff over there and the work that's going on there. These numbers will continue to go up as staff members review the information, but we're really pleased that we can share with you information that shows that, this is way better than many areas of this country. This is, I believe, it's ahead of the county as a whole, and we're just really proud of the efforts that have happened so far. Next slide, please. So a question came up last time about, who knows about students' vaccination status. There are three groups that we've allowed to have this information. Those are the athletic directors who have to deal with cases if they come up, the athletic trainers who've been instrumental in testing, who worked as health folks during the second semester. And then the real storage place of this information is our health aides that work at schools that do the testing, and they need to have information on who's vaccinated. Could you go to the next slide? So I want to, before I talk about the proposal here, I do want to mention that we are doing a lot of testing on our campuses. Any staff member and any student who wants to get a COVID test can come during the day that our staff is at the school. Right now it's once every 2 weeks, but starting October 4th, we'll be at schools once a week. Staff members can come in and get tested. Students can come in and get tested. But what we're finding is that the people who are choosing to test are staff members who are not vaccinated are doing a good job, but we don't have full compliance yet, and we won't until October 15th, based on the state direction. So staff members are doing a really good job, but we are not seeing the unvaccinated student show up for testing at this point. And we have no way of compelling those students to do that. And so this is a situation that districts are seeing all over the country, where the folks who show up to test are more likely to be the ones that are vaccinated. And so we believe that we know that we can do things to improve the safety if we test those students who are unvaccinated. So our proposal is, based on the input that you gave at the last board meeting, that we require vaccinations for extracurricular activities, that families can apply for a waiver based on verified medical condition or sincerely held religious belief. And I want to stop right there and say that I believe that families that do have this medical condition or this religious belief, I would hope that they would support this policy, because if they are in those positions, they are safer if we do testing of unvaccinated people. And so we want to support families. We understand that there may be medical conditions that prevent folks from getting the vaccine, but having more folks vaccinated and having a robust testing program of those people who are unvaccinated and all students increases the safety for those students who cannot become vaccinated. So our other expectation, if a student is not vaccinated, the student must test once a week, and ideally within 24 hours prior to a contest, outside of school day activity, dance, or performance in order to participate. Now, there's lots of definitions of extracurricular activities. Clubs certainly fit that expectation, but our feeling is that if students are involved in an activity that extends outside the school day in a meaningful way, for example, a robotics activity or something like that, when students are coming together outside, or a field trip that involves a sport or a competition or a dance, that in order to do that, students would need to test. And we think we have the staff at the school, between the athletic trainers and the school staff, given our numbers and given the importance of this, to devote resources to that. And given this, and given the fact that we would have the testing available, that we would put this policy in effect on Monday, October 4th. Now, obviously, if the board, when it was discussing this at the last meeting, there was some pushback about the implementation timeline. And if the board wants to move back to that, that certainly makes it easier for staff to do this. But given that we have the testing capacity to do this, our recommendation is that you start on October 4th, because then you'll start getting students, you'll improve the safety of our program. The other piece is that we would hope that students would start becoming vaccinated, but we would still expect that until a student is fully vaccinated, that they would be expected to test for these activities. There's also been lots of questions about implementation. We anticipate that if a student shows up at a dance or an activity like these, that if they have their vaccine card and they can easily get proof that they've been tested within 48 hours, that if there was a dance or something like that, they could show that data and then be admitted into the dance, provided they paid their whatever costs there are to dance or another activity. Next slide. So in terms of a rationale for this policy, we know based on the science that unvaccinated people are more likely to become infected, become hospitalized from the disease, and spread it to others. To date, the district's actions have prevented community spread of the virus. We want to support this trend moving forward. The district, we have an obligation to our families to do all we can to keep school open and extracurricular activities occurring. We don't want to see games or canceled. Unvaccinated students are, as I mentioned, are not currently required to test. And to date, most of the unvaccinated students are choosing not to test. The policy will mandate that unvaccinated students who participate in activities must show they're free of vaccinations. Just one other statistic. We've tested over 1,100 students and staff members since school started. And of those cases, we've had one positive case. Now, people who are vaccinated, as I mentioned, are much overrepresented in this population. So next slide. So, people have lots of different views on this topic. There's the political environment, the health conditions are changing. And so what we propose is that we come back to you at the December 9th board meeting or earlier, if that's the pleasure of the board, to review this policy, see how it's working. We don't know how what the impact will be, but the idea would be the December 9th meeting or a meeting in November that you would revisit this topic and see where we are on the data and the conditions here. So these are the reasons why we believe that's an important piece to do. As mentioned, other districts have talked about more stringent requirements, but these won't be implemented until much later than our October 4th implementation. Many districts have said we're going to mandate vaccinations. And if that's the pleasure of the board, that's a path you can go, but that will take time. And I think the health conditions and the opportunity to do something meaningful here now feels important enough that staff recommends that the board we recommend this policy to you tonight. I think that's my last slide. So you can take down the presentation and we can go from there. I know you have quite a few speakers, Mr. President, so that's it for now.
Okay, there are two hands up from the board. You have clarifying questions on the presentation. Trustee Land.
So yes, so my question is about, it seemed to me from the last meeting to this meeting that it's not going to be mandatory to do vaccinations, but vaccinations or testing. Is that the shift?
That's right.
Okay, so we're not, okay, I'll wait until we have the discussion.
Okay, Trustee Andrade Zuniga.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait as well, let people talk first.
Trustee Leesdwyer, you have a.
I will wait also.
Okay, this was just for clarifying questions. You'll have ample opportunity to discuss it here. We get the list of speakers up. Yeah. I probably have it up sooner, except I'm talking to 6 people doing 4 things simultaneously. So, okay, I'm going to call you in the order that's listed in my document. Given the number of speakers, I'm going to ask you to limit your time to 2 minutes. And if it's been said before, we do have a long agenda. I'm not going to try to stop you, but certainly, we would appreciate brevity. Sarah Devaney.
But she's not speaking. She's here to answer questions.
Okay, well, it's on the list.
Yeah, I know. She's.
So, Mr. Griffin, we do have 18 speakers tonight, and the first on the list is Marianne Payne, and I have not been able to find her. So we could move along to the next one, who is Aiden Bear, and I continue to look for Mr.
Alden Bear.
Yeah, I'm here. Hey.
Sir.
Okay. So, hey guys, I'm Aiden. And I just want to say that I'm not comfortable taking the vaccine because it's only been out for, it's like less than a year. And I don't, kids my age aren't really affected by, COVID, I don't think. And if the vaccine works, I don't see why I have to get it why do I have to get it if somebody else has it, you know? So I just want to say that I strongly oppose it, mandating it for sports participation, because I'm really big into sports and I don't want to get it. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Jenny Garcia.
Hi, thank you. I want to thank you for reconsidering your original mandate of requiring the vaccine for all students. My original statement from September 9th was that the unvaccinated were being discriminated against, in contrast to your harassment policy of 2018. I want to continue to say just the blame that the virus is continuing because of the unvaccinated seems very unfair and discriminatory. At that time on September 19th, you stated that 17 positive cases were found in the unvaccinated and 13 positive cases in the vaccinated. That's 0.002% for the unvaccinated and 0.0016% for the vaccinated. That's a very negligible difference. The viral load in the vaccinated is the same as in the unvaccinated. So I'm not sure why the push to force people into the vaccination, but I do believe that this new policy is fair in that the students can be tested and still participate in the sports. But I do think it should be considered that all students be tested before the sports. If the unvaccinated have the same viral load, then there's no reason that they shouldn't be tested as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexandra Guerra. You're muted.
Hi. I want to first of all begin by saying thank you to all the board members here for actively listening to the public last meeting. I appreciate the fact that you didn't dive into a decision that most of you seemed to initially support. I especially appreciate Linda Dwyer for sharing her experience at the football game and Coach Steve Sell for his willingness to understand the consequences of this action. I've put a lot more thought into this over the past 2 weeks. And the more I think, the more I realize that this isn't going to really benefit the student body or the public. The kids that aren't vaccinated are still going to see their friends. They're going to go to events outside of school with the same kids that are still participating in these extracurricular activities. So I really don't see how it's going to benefit anybody. The unvaccinated kids might have siblings that can still participate in sports that are in middle school or even younger. They can have friends that are still participating. And I just don't want my kid sitting at home watching these other people around her being able to do everything while she can't. The other thing is that I really think that the most important thing is testing. In the slideshow you guys gave last time, it said that there were 30 cases and 13 were vaccinated. That's almost half. So really, I know someone's already mentioned this, but the most important thing is just testing vaccinated and unvaccinated. So I really, really hope that we can continue with testing and test everybody across the board, especially before something like a dance or a sporting event or anything. I appreciate everybody and thank you.
Thank you. Terry Caviglioli.
Good evening. I'm Carrie, a parent in the district. First, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to engage in conversation on a very important topic. I'm an immigrant, a woman of color, a person who values the benefit of science, vaccine safety, and individual rights. As a resident of San Mateo, I'm proud to be amongst a community that is inclusive. The pandemic has created an exponential increase of mental health issues in the last 2 years for all. As a mental health worker, I've worked with family and children across various socioeconomic status, individuals with disabilities, LGBTQ community, undocumented immigrants, as well as our white Americans. So vaccine hesitancy among the communities that have experienced oppression, discrimination of any form is real. Data have shown that the Black and Hispanic communities are those that are least likely to be vaccinated. Do we want to penalize them for their choice and continue to make this community feel that they are being discriminated against because their experience and views are different? Data coming out from various parts of the country with high vaccination rate, including our county, has shown that both vaccinated and unvaccinated people can contract COVID-19. Vaccinated as well as unvaccinated individuals can be contagious. Any policy coming out of school districts should treat students who have been exposed to COVID-19 the same, quarantine at home. Schools should not be a place that make any one of our kids feel unwelcome, discriminated against because of their healthcare choice. Most of us at this point will have friend, family members, or know someone who have contracted COVID-19 or have experienced adverse effect of the vaccine. My 15-year-old nephew who took his first shot of Pfizer vaccine in June barely managed to overcome hypoxia and is still unable to participate in the sports that he loves. After reading more data on vaccine injury, especially those published in Europe, as well as what is available here, his parents are grateful that his condition is not more worse. I strongly believe that healthcare choices are a personal, private decision with informed consent. Each of us should have the right to weigh risks involved in any medical procedure and make informed choices based on our personal health. This is the freedom every American values. For the sake of the unity of our community, the mental health of our students, please consider equitable, legal, non-divisive policy. Thank you.
Okay. Chris Caviglioli.
Yes, thank you, board, for allowing us to speak. First of all, I support safe vaccinations, and since 87% are already vaccinated, I think it's time to take out the champagne and call it done. That sounds like it's a great success. Now, I work at Intel. I'm a scientist, and I don't want to get in, I want to just only focus on personal stories. So I have a college fraternity brother who's a senior director at Moderna. He actually works there. He's a great guy. He explained how the company was founded and funded. Their vision to create a cancer treatment, but still no product has shipped today. Their only product they're shipping today, their first commercial product, is this COVID thing. And Tal Zaks, who's their chief medical officer, is on a 2017 TED Talk talking about this mRNA technology and explaining how it works and talking it, but it's like the hacking the software of life. So that's kind of strange wording to use. But you know, if you read the fine print, and I spent a lot of time on due diligence as a scientist, that's what I do. So I read the fine print of Moderna and Pfizer, including who should not be vaccinated. So there's people that should not be vaccinated. That's documented in their things. So if you force people to be vaccinated, you're going against their direction. And they refuse any legal liability. So if you mandate liability, I assume you're taking the liability upon yourself. I wouldn't recommend that as a taxpayer here in this place. I would hate to see us live with that. And it's not a standard vaccination like polio vaccine, which is a virus that's been kind of killed. This is a different technology. And I downloaded the FDA VAERS database myself. I spent much time reading it. There's thousands of deaths and other injuries. Myocardial and pericardial risk is enough that they asked to add a warning. I have a friend I work with who had blood clots removed in his lungs after he couldn't do any more. I have another friend who has an 11-year-old girl who's in a hospital, her lungs shut down. Flight instructor has allergic reaction. A nurse has 6 stillborn children. All 6 moms are vaccinated. Another friend of mine had it. He took ivermectin and was healed within 48 hours. And the list goes on. And there's a Nuremberg code that you should not give medical treatments to people that are unwilling. So I would recommend that we stick with the US Constitution and the Nuremberg codes. Don't segregate the kids. Don't make them feel outcast, because when kids in the teenage years feel outcast, they usually make regrettable decisions and could lead to suicide. And we just don't want that kind of thing. So I thank the board. I look forward to meeting in person sometime, but let's not pass this. Let's be just happy that people are vaccinated who want to, and those that don't want to, that's fine. And we move on. Actually, one of
Would you
the
wrap up,
founder of this
please?
technology said that just like if you give
Excuse me,
antibiotics to all the
sir.
cows,
Would you wrap up?
yeah, if you give antibiotics to all the cows, you'll create a super bug. Same thing if you vaccinate everybody, you'll create a super virus. And the inventor of the mRNA said, don't do it.
Thank you. Georgette, Guerra?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, basically, I will leave something for the end. I agree with everything that was said. I really do think that unvaccinated people are looked at more like, or they're fearful, they haven't studied on this enough, they need to be educated. And the word educated kind of makes me laugh because I got into this odyssey back in 1977. I've lived here in this county since 1968, and I raised children, and I have grandchildren in the school systems. And what got me into the concerns over vaccination was when I was diagnosed with systemic lupus back in 77. And I'm the type of person that just delves into research. I research volumes and volumes through the National Institutes of Health. What are the causes? Lupus is a very elusive illness. It mimics other diseases, vice versa. So I came across some interesting facts. Well, they were published in the medical journals. They did studies about a correlation between lupus and childhood polio vaccines. And Lord knows, I have many of them because I grew up in the 50s. And later on, much later, maybe in the late 80s, the issue came up about measles vaccinations. And there were lawsuits that took place against hospitals and some doctors. Some doctors actually joined the parents in these lawsuits regarding the pertussis vaccine. So I received the amicus brief, and I found out that there was a component to that particular vaccination. There was, could be deadly. There were some brain damaged children and some who died. Now, it was rare, it wasn't a lot, but
Ma'am,
many,
would you start to wrap up, please?
okay, many people did not want to take those chances. Then they found out that there were things they could do to correct it, and they did. Vaccinations, we don't know. We don't know the long-term effects. And nobody should be put in that position to either be shamed or to feel fearful or to feel coerced into having these vaccines.
Ma'am.
Because one day down the line, we may be
Ma'am.
worse as the results.
Ma'am,
Yes.
you
Yes,
run
sir.
over time, and I've been
I've
fairly
got it.
liberal.
I've got it, sir. I'm finishing right now. Thank you.
Oh, so, thank you.
Mhm.
Rachel Lassman.
Hi, and I appreciate you letting me speak. And I do appreciate you looking into not mandating, as I am incredibly against the mandates. Can any one of you tell me what ingredients are in this shot they are calling the vaccine? The answer is no, you can't, because Pfizer and the rest of the vaccine companies refuse to put an ingredient list out. And the only reason the vaccine companies would keep their ingredient list hidden is because they don't want the public to know what's in it, which is being determined as extremely dangerous and deadly. The fact was proven in Pfizer's own phase 3 trials, which you can read for yourself online. And what the data revealed was that for every one person, quote unquote, saved from COVID by taking the vaccine, another 6 people died from adverse effects caused by the vaccine. The people who took the vaccine were 4 times more likely to die from cardiac arrest and 62% more likely to suffer from some kind of morbidity compared to the placebo group in regards specifically to our kids. In a 7-month period from December 2020 to July 2021, VAERS received and processed nearly 9,300 reports of adverse events for adolescents between 12 and 17 who received Pfizer vaccine. 9.3% or 860 of these children had serious adverse reactions, including death, with some of the reactions including chest pain, heart damage, severe tissue damage, and myocarditis or inflammation of the heart. In fact, myocarditis has been such a prevalent side effect from these vaccines, especially in young men, that a black box warning had to be added to the vaccine on June 25th of this year. And let me be very clear with you, no case of myocarditis is mild, as the media is suggesting. Inflammation of the heart is always a serious condition that has life-altering consequences. Continuing on, of the 9,300 children inoculated, 56 had to be hospitalized and 14 died. And that was just the number that was actually reported. And as we know from studies like the Harvard Pilgrim study, there's a massive underreporting in the VAERS system. And even if 5, 10, or 13% of these cases are reported, which is much higher than what the Harvard study found, you would still have more deaths in children caused by the vaccine than would ever have died from COVID, seeing as only 1 in every 100,000 children have actually died from the virus. So in closing, knowing that the vaccine kills more people than it saves, causes severe life-threatening and life-altering reactions in nearly 10% of the children it's given to, and not knowing what ingredients are in this inoculation, how can you for even a second think of mandating this on our children? How can you mandate that our children inject a substance into their bodies that you don't even know the ingredient list of, that has never been put inside human beings before, is completely experimental, has no long-term studies on safety, killed all the ferrets in the clinical trials, and has been linked to such serious side effects as I've already mentioned? You would essentially be playing Russian roulette with our kids. I know I'm finishing my sentence. You would essentially be playing Russian roulette with our kids' lives. And if you approve this mandate without looking into these facts, then in my opinion, you would be criminally and financially liable for any child who suffers or dies under this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Wessling.
Thanks a lot. I reached out to all the board members and superintendent last week. I got to meet in person with 3 of them. The superintendent and I had an email interaction. I look forward to meeting the other 2 of you in the future on other things. Today, I want to just offer a call to leadership. Leaders don't act out of fear. In the midst of the storm, in the midst of the world going crazy, in the midst of crises like right now, fear gets set aside and well-measured decisions get made. Leaders don't use coercive force. In recent history, over the last few years, we've recognized an increase in the use of coercive force from our political leaders. But leadership doesn't use coercive force. Leadership isn't about bullying. True leadership is about influence. It's about the use of dialogue to change people's minds. And lastly, leaders aren't pessimistic. They paint a picture of a better future. They lead us in that direction. And when faced with a glass, they remark on how full it is and not how empty. Which brings us to where we are today. We're celebrating. We should be celebrating that 94.5% of the people 16 and over in San Mateo County are vaccinated. We should be celebrating that since the beginning of September, the number has gone, because that number has grown by more than 3%. The superintendent himself just shared the amazing increase in the number of vaccinations just over the last 2 weeks. We should be celebrating that it looks like we'll be as close as we're going to get to 100% vaccination within the next few weeks. You see, there's no need for a vaccine mandate. And the current testing methodologies are the ones that have gotten us here in the first place, and those work. So why at this point, when you led us so close to the goal, would you choose to act out of fear? Would you resort to coercive use of force to get us that last little bit? Would you choose to look at the glass not as 94.5% full, but as 5.5% empty? In question, why would you choose to stop leading us?
Thank you, sir. Ashley McCoy.
Hi, Thank you guys so much for listening to us tonight. Thank you for willing to have a second meeting to discuss this with us. Thank you especially to Ms. Dwyer and Coach Sell, who actually listened to us last time and were willing to use those critical thinking skills, ask follow-up questions to make those informed decisions. We really appreciate you. I'd like to let you know that I grew up going through this school district and I'm actually a local teacher here now. I find it quite hypocritical that you spent a significant amount of time discussing LGBTQ rights, BLM flag, and how no student should be discriminated against in your schools and your district, how big you are on inclusion, but are then considering to publicly separate and shame students based on their vaccination status. This does not sound inclusive to me, and it actually sounds extremely discriminatory and divisive. Medical information should be private for these students who are already dealing with enough pressures in high school. You know that these will not be kept secret. This is going to be everywhere. In this new policy, you're requiring unvaccinated students to submit a negative test weekly. This is singling out certain students and causing them anxiety and even to be bullied by their peers. This is divisive, discriminatory, and not inclusive at all. Also, vaccinated students can still get and spread COVID just as easily. So shouldn't you then require all students to get tested weekly? Wouldn't that be more inclusive? Or how about no students have to worry about weekly testing at all? Your policy also states that you allow medical exemptions, but I'm not sure if you're aware that previous bills, SB 276 and SB 714, have made medical exemptions for students nearly impossible to get in the state of California. Doctors are only allowed to write up to 5 per year, and then according to the California Health and Human Services Agency, there's a potential that then the provider's ability to complete further exemptions will be suspended and the doctor will be reported to the California Medical Board. So I don't think you can bank on that. To propose that students should be required to take this vaccine is very concerning to me. Can you please show us the studies and trials for this age group and the long-term side effects? You can't. Did you know that these studies and trials will not be completed until 2026 and the reports will not be published until 2027? Last time, I believe board members Zuniga and Hanley said that there are no long-term side effects. The vaccines are completely safe. How could you possibly say something so ignorant when they haven't been out long enough to see any long-term side effects? The truth is you don't know. No one knows for sure. The proof is all on the CDC's website to show you the VAERS side effects, to show you when you can find the studies are coming out. As a reminder, there have been 0 deaths nationwide from healthy children ages 0 to 17 from COVID, but there have been many deaths from the vaccine. I urge you to vote no on this policy. And also with the flag, why can't we just wave the American flag? Because we're all Americans.
Thank you. Masha Merkalova.
Thank you very much. I would like to read a few of the cases from VAERS. For those of you who don't know, VAERS is a CDC-related site. It's called Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. Only healthcare professionals are allowed to report. It's an arduous process. It takes at least 30 to 45 minutes. So there was a 16-year-old boy in Georgia. He had prodromal headache and gastric upset over 2 days following second dose of Moderna. Then he felt fine, found dead the following day in bed, autopsy pending. 15-year-old girl in New Hampshire. I do not know the exact date of the first or second Moderna vaccine. I am the PICU attending, which is a pediatric ICU attending, who cared for the patient after her cardiac arrest, which we believe was about 3 to 4 days after her second Moderna vaccine. 15-year-old boy in Colorado, vaccinated with Pfizer, dead after 2 days. He had a heart attack. 16-year-old boy in Pennsylvania. The patient died 6 days after receiving second dose. He had no illnesses, no medications, seemed to be completely healthy. 15-year-old boy in California. His only medical condition was acne, unexplained death within 48 hours of the vaccine. Finally, 17-year-old girl in Massachusetts. She had a headache after the first vaccine, which is the reason why the second vaccine was delayed. The headache was severe enough. She saw her doctor twice. It lasted for a week, then resolved, and she got her second vaccine. Patient then came to the hospital. She had a massive acute intracranial hemorrhage, which means she bled inside of her brain. She was found in the bathroom and brought in by emergency services. She had a massive brain swelling, infarctions, decompressive craniectomy was performed. Parents agreed to DNR status, and the patient is not expected to survive. My question to all of you is, while I respect others to vaccinate, how could you, in good conscience, coerce others to get vaccinations if they think that the risks are too high? And my second question is, I would like to ask is, which one of you is going to be the first on the defendants list, and why you would want to bankrupt the county and the district by spending taxpayers' money on the lawsuits? Because let me read you something. I am aware, sir, I am aware. But you know what? No, because if everybody could be talking for hours about congratulating yourselves, then listen to the taxpayers. Thank you very much. I need another 20 seconds. I'm going to read you from the CDC, FDA website. For logistical reasons, the emergency use authorization continues to cover the use of Pfizer vaccine for individuals 16 and older. So the liability shield is still in place for the vaccine manufacturers and for the government. I just want to make clear to you that you will be bankrupting the district and the county, because the lawsuits, I can guarantee you, will come, because there will be
Ma'am, your time is up.
Adverse effects. Thank you very much.
Laurel Peters.
Hi, I want to just say I want to give a shout out to the redrafting of the policy that we're talking about. I love it because it allows us to say yes to the kids. And that's my whole thing. And that's what I said 2 weeks ago was children of this age, whether they are vaccinated or not, that is a decision that has been made for them by somebody else. And I come from a long line. My dad, his whole life, and he's passed away now, but his whole life, and when he parented, I sought my whole parenting and coaching and youth pastor, I sought constantly, how can I say yes? And I just feel like this policy lets us say yes. The new revised one, okay, that says, okay, if you can get vaccinated, great. If you won't, then we will test you. And I want to talk about the test. I work for the Burlingame School District, and I'm a part of the testing team, and we test kids, and we know in 15 minutes whether they need to go home or go back to class. And we've gotten really good at it, and it's really smooth and it moves quickly. I mean, we had to work out the bumps in the beginning, but the last day we tested a classroom that had a close contact, an exposure notice. We just popped through the whole class in like 40 minutes, and they were all back in class. And so far in our testing, there's been no spread. So they've had that close contact notification, and then the class, all the parents get that notification and they all bring them. And so far in the 2 schools that I know of that where we've had to do this, beyond the child that got COVID, there was no spread, and everybody was negative and back in class. And so I just want to say, let's do this. Whether you test everybody or not, even if you tested like an entire football team, vaccinated or unvaccinated, it's pretty quick. You get your system, you get your flow. I'll throw my hat in the ring. I'll show up. I'll test football players or robotics team members or whatever, or stand at the dance or the day before the dance, whatever. But I love this. Thank you. Please, board, vote for that. And let's say yes to the kids.
Thank you.
Just let the kids play.
Yesenia Galliano.
Hello. So today I wanted to make a comment about how the school and district and county claim to be diverse, inclusive, and non-discriminating and accepting to all by trying to make someone take COVID-19 vaccine, a vaccine that some people wish not to take, either for their own personal, medical, or religious reasons, and excluding such people and students from any activities, such as extracurricular activities, is completely opposite as to what this county and school district claim that they stand for. Not only is this district discriminating and excluding those who are not vaccinated, this is considered to be complete tyranny. This is a definition of discrimination. People were born with God-given rights, the right to choose who does this district think that they are, to demand an unjustified request. With so many injustice in the world with what's going on and how this district is saying that they are you going to stand up against discrimination and stand by the true diversity and true justice for all? Especially, excuse me, especially if you value and care for each student and their own beliefs and basic human rights. Extracurricular activities are part of school and no one should be discriminated. Also, when you mention safety, how does an unvaccinated student harm or infect a vaccinated person? And if one is coerced into taking a vaccine, will this county and school district accept all responsibility if an adverse effect occurs to students? Yes, you will. You will have to face lawsuits because I will be the one suing you as well. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Nelson.
Good evening, board members. I'm a parent in the district with a child that's super excited to be back on campus. I'm asking you to vote no on the proposed policy for the following 4 reasons. The first being you have 87% of the student body already vaccinated, and out of the 11,000 that you've tested, only 1 came out positive. So clearly this is not an emergency and not needed. Number 2, the school board does not have the authority to mandate vaccines. Number 3, the school board does not have the authority to mandate PCR testing. Number 4, extracurriculars are within the California protected public education domain. I agree with the board member who rightfully commented at the last board meeting that this proposal is splitting hairs by mandating vaccines for extracurriculars. I'm hoping that the board is now aware that under California law, public school boards do not have the authority to mandate vaccines for students, limiting their access to equal educational opportunity. Under California law, only California Department of Public Health can do that. In addition, since the Pfizer vaccine is emergency use only authorization for ages 12 to 15, it would violate informed consent to mandate that. And as well, the PCR tests are authorized by emergency use authorization also, which means they can't be mandated. There must be an option not to consent. California law does not allow public school districts to mandate additional vaccines for students to enjoy in-person public education. In-person public education is guaranteed by our California Constitution, Article 9, as well as the General Education Code, which grants, quote, all pupils have the right to participate fully in the education process, free from discrimination and harassment. California law does not allow public school boards and employees to coerce students to take medical product or tests in order to participate in education. And let's not split hairs on extracurriculars either. Extracurricular activities are funded by our public school tax dollars. They're run by school employees and they occur on public school property. This is all within the public education domain that students have a legal right to participate in, free from discrimination. There should not be a barrier to join clubs or sports based on the color of a student's skin, based on their religion, their sexual orientation, their immigration status, and definitely not on their medical status with an experimental emergency use only drug or test. We saw your stats today, and this policy disproportionately impacts and excludes students of color. Policy violates your district's own policy of non-discrimination in district programs and activities due to medical condition, religion, and genetic information. So I urge the board members to vote no on this proposed policy. Coercion, discrimination, and exclusion do not belong in our high schools. Thank you for listening and for your time.
Okay. Elise Dixon.
Hi there.
Thank you so much to the board members for taking time to listen to the public. I know that this can sometimes be taxing. I'm a parent in San Mateo County, and I really there's a lot of questions I think that are still on the table. And so I won't repeat anything that I've heard. I am in agreement, and I am asking you to vote no on a vax mandate. The questions that I think that are left on the table that I would ask somebody, your organization on the board to write down. Many of us parents want the answers to these questions. How are those with student vaccine information? Where will the school keep this data safe? Where will the data be kept? Is it on paper? Is it on a computer? How often is it updated? Are these processes documented, and where can we read them? I think that there's a data protection element to our student medical data, and we as parents don't understand what the process is, and we would want to see that data safety plan documented before you start taking this information from our students. I'm also confused as why teachers have self-attestation and students are required to prove vaccination status. It's unclear to me why those that are at most risk are allowed self-attestation, and those at least risk are required to prove their vaccination status. And then finally, who will be deciding in your organization on the medical and religious exemptions in the district? Who is that person? Who is that group? Where is that process documented? Have you already written that process? And what will happen to people who go back and question a second time? So will those approvals and denials, will they be kept in files? And where will those be kept for the legal ramifications for those religious and medical denials or approvals? And lastly, who's going to be standing at the dance door making those decisions? And how will we as parents know that discrimination of a student standing there in front of other students saying, I'm not vaccinated? And with that, I would like to thank Aiden for his bravery as a student to come on and face these issues and say, I don't want to get vaccinated, and it's my body, my choice. And with every minute that you mandate vaccine, you're eroding Roe versus Wade. This is my body. This is my choice. Thank you for listening tonight.
Okay, thank you. Jen Jacobson, sorry.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't see myself. Okay. So I want to agree with many of the points that have already been raised, and I would like to also raise another issue or a segment of the population that you have not addressed. And hang on, I'm just pulling up my notes. That is, what about the students who are unvaccinated but who have had COVID and have recovered? In that case, they have natural immunity, which is, according to some recent studies, more robust even than the vaccines. Looking at the district numbers, the higher percentages of kids in at-risk minority groups are more likely to be unvaccinated. These are also the kids who are more likely to have already had COVID, as rates in the community have been high among Latino and Polynesian populations. These are also the kids who are in most need of inclusion in sports and other activities. Regardless of ethnicity, kids should not be required to receive a vaccine they actually don't need and may present harm as a means of social credit or pay to play. Such a policy is clearly unethical and not science-based. That is my number one critique of this policy. People who have had COVID should not be required to take the vaccine, whether adults or minors. At minimum, there should be an exception explicitly made for kids who have previously had COVID because they have natural immunity, probably more robust than the vaccine. Further, the risk of COVID causing serious illness, hospitalization, or death that you referenced in your slides is extremely low in this population. Data even suggests that other common viruses, including the seasonal flu and RSV, are more harmful to children than COVID, and we don't require vaccination or quarantine for these. Extra red tape and cost for testing is simply unnecessary at this point. The county really ought to change the quarantine policy. There is also no data suggesting that vaccinated people are less likely to transmit the disease than the unvaccinated. That is the premise behind the universal masking policy. In countries with high vaccination rates, Israel and Singapore, most new infections are among the vaccinated. Since our community also has an extremely high vaccination rate, these data are relevant and suggest that regardless of vaccination status, the disease is among us and will infect both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated.
Ma'am, can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, I will wrap up as soon as I also mention that how many kids in our district have died of COVID? 0. In fact, 0 people under age 20 in the entire county have died of COVID, and only 1 under 30 has died. Transmission and case numbers continue to decrease in the community. It's time to let go of this fear-based policy making and get back to normal. Let the kids be kids.
Thank you.
And don't fly the BLM flag because it is political.
LD.
Hello. I am speaking tonight on the vaccination or testing requirement to participate in extracurricular activities. While I am pleased to hear that our concerns were heard and the unvaccinated students are still able to participate in extracurricular activities, I was disappointed to hear that they will be subjected to weekly testing, whereas the vaccinated are not subjected to the same testing requirement. It is a well-known fact that vaccinated individuals are capable of catching and even spreading the virus, so I don't understand this weekly testing policy is only for the unvaccinated individuals. This is discrimination. I know people hate when this word is used in reference to this situation, but it's true. There are no grounds for this type of discrimination. A healthy, unvaccinated individual poses no threat, and to treat them as if they are diseased until proven healthy based on the sole image of their vaccination status is extremely discriminatory. By singling out these individual students, you are creating an environment that encourages hate and disapproval towards those who have made personal decisions not to get vaccinated for whatever that reason be. As a school district with impressionable youth, I find this extremely upsetting. Why are you aiding in this division? If you truly cared about the students in this district, you would understand the mental and physical abuse you are putting them through, both vaccinated and unvaccinated. You are normalizing hate and division towards the unvaccinated and using them as your scapegoat when they are not to blame, and more information is coming out to support this. My heart breaks for these children. It is dehumanizing. Vaccination is and should always be a personal decision, and there is nothing special about them compared to any other preventative measures. Vaccination is not the only way to health, and to tell others who have found this out that they are selfish, call them anti-vaxxers, that they're not doing their civic duty, or that they're a danger to society is a mental game I do not want these children anywhere near. For once, please think about the children and vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the public for its comments. Now we'll go on to board comments and deliberation. I got to find the board again.
My wife was granted permission to comment via email. Pam Westling.
It's all right. Pam Westling, sorry.
Hello. Good evening, board members. Thank you for letting me speak. I do not agree with the vaccination mandate that the board is proposing. I'm both a parent and an educator. I work with students who are too young to get vaccinated. While a few classes have had some disruptions due to the possible COVID exposures or even had positive COVID cases, the majority of our classes have been able to continue as normal. I keep hearing the board talk about how beneficial after-school sports and clubs are for students physically, emotionally, and mentally, and I agree. While I was in high school, I was involved with sports, all but 3 seasons through my 4 years, as well as participating in several clubs. I personally experienced the joys of participating in groups It helped me feel a part of the school community and enhanced my attitude in the classroom. And it didn't end there. The skills and values I gained have carried me throughout my life. Last spring, sports opened and students were allowed to participate during a time when many students were unable to get vaccinated. And you as a board were congratulating yourself on getting school back to normal for students. And we celebrated with you on getting things back to normal. Why can't we applaud the high number of vaccinated students and just get on with getting school back to normal for all students, regardless of their families' personal decisions regarding the COVID vaccines? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna move on. Everybody's hand is up. I think everybody's hand is up. I can't see them, but they're there. So I'm going from left to right. Trustee Lee Dwyer.
I was hoping not to go first, but this is probably a good thing. Okay, so I thank everyone who spoke tonight, because I think this is a complicated subject, and I think that there are many ways to look at it, and as board members, we need to listen and look at as we are representing everyone who's here tonight. I'm a little disturbed by the presentation that showed that the highest level of unvaccinated students, and I agree that we've come great strides in increasing vaccination rates, but the highest level of the unvaccinated are the Pacific Islanders, the African Americans, and the Latinx. These are the same students that we worry about not feeling included, that we want to offer as much opportunity to as we can, that we want to encourage to connect to school. So the idea that they would be most of the targets of this policy really disturbs me. I believe it could inhibit student participation, and I believe that it could be divisive rather than inclusive. And we are so focused on being inclusive, which is so important. To be divisive at this time just doesn't make sense. So I read the policy, and there's languages in it that I think is unnecessary, and there are parts of it I think that really there could be changes made within it. But as I was sitting here tonight listening, I came up with another idea, and I know this may not be the time or place, but here's what I think we should do. I think we should keep it simple. The policy as written is going to take a lot of people to administer. It's going to take a lot of record keeping. It's going to take a lot of identification. And I know Sarah Devaney will work herself 24 hours a day to do this right, because that's who she is. And the people that work with her will do the same thing. But it's going to be very stressful, I believe, on all the schools and on not only her staff, but the principals and teachers and the trainers and everyone involved in it. So I think that it sounds simple on paper, but in administering it could become very complicated very fast. So here's my alternative policy. And I know, this is probably not going to go anywhere, but this is what I think we should do. We should test everyone on Thursday. Everyone gets tested every Thursday. Real simple. No one's identified. Everyone's tested. You get tested. You get your results. You get a little green band or something if you're going to go to a dance, because the sports events, the dances, all these the plays, they're all on Fridays, maybe Saturday. But if we test everyone on Thursday, and maybe Sarah would say you should do it on Wednesday, but you want that 48-hour window, however you get it, just test everyone, teacher, staff, everyone gets tested. And then there's no issue. No one's been discriminated. No one's not included. The goal is achieved. If there's a positive, that person will not be at any event. They will be pulled out, and the other students and staff and everyone will be safe. So that's that I would support, because it is inclusive. It doesn't identify or divide anyone within the district. That's my opinion.
Trustee Land.
So actually, I asked the clarifying question because it's definitely a different policy from when we started based on what the reports, came out and how you read it. So therefore, I think this is the policy is heading in the right direction. I think Sports are an option. I think we do want to be inclusive. I think we need to offer alternatives. I think the way it was set out in the presentation today definitely proved that, you know, if you don't get vaccinated, you need to get tested, and that gives options. And I think that's important. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think we could do more. And I think Dr. Skelly asked if we want to have another meeting later to see how the policy is implemented. I think that's a good idea. But as of right now, I think this is a good, like Laurel Peters, one of the parents, said, I think this is a good alternative to where we were starting in the beginning. And I think it's refined a little bit to the point where I can accept it right now and pass it and move forward. I think it should be checked in December, I think, just to see if we can make some tweaks and alterations based on what Linda was saying, which was how we're going to implement it. Because based on the slideshow that you presented, athletic directors, trainers, Sarah, we have ways in which to make this happen. And if that's the case, I trust the administration of how they're going to implement this. So I want to approve the board policy. Thank you.
Trustee Hanley.
I don't support this because I don't think it goes far enough. And I think it's abandoning, you know, our responsibility to move towards the ending this pandemic that is just crushing us. But I do recognize the issues that it's trying to address. I do recognize the issues around students that are already participating in extracurricular activities, such as the sports, maybe some of the clubs that have already started, some of the other various activities that are ongoing since, you know, the 6 weeks that school is opened. So you know, what I want to do is offer an amendment to the policy, which would basically bring this policy into effect on October 4th. If you look at the policy will take effect on Monday, October 4th, 2021. And I would just add, for all students participating in an extracurricular activity, and apply to them until that activity concludes, or November 15th, whichever comes first. All students participating in extracurricular activities as of November 15th must be fully vaccinated or submit a waiver request based on medical or religious reasons. And just give me a few minutes here to talk about why I think this is important. There's two elements that I think are tightly linked to why we need to move forward towards more a mandate. We need to get these kids vaccinated, as many as possible. We've made good progress. I recognize that we made good progress. We need to continue to make progress. We need to end this pandemic. So there's two elements that I see that as an elected official, and I'm representing the community. The community elects me. I certainly represent students. I represent the educational community, but I represent the broader community. And what I feel is there's enormous community suffering that's gone on for the last 18 months from this pandemic. The economy, I look around just in my neighborhood, the small businesses that are just gone, the other businesses that are continuing to struggle. I see families both in the district and outside the district. I have personal friends that are just really suffering from this pandemic. I have a personal friend that's close to losing her house right now, struggling with unemployment. And this is in a community where clearly the community wants people vaccinated. We heard there's 94.5% of the people eligible that have gotten vaccinations. So the community wants vaccinations. The second element is I look at the district. Before March 2020, we had thousands of students that were struggling to master the high school curriculum. The pandemic multiplied the problems that those students were having and brought in undoubtedly thousands more students that are behind right now that we're trying to address, that have had physical problems, that have had their families lose family members, have family members get seriously ill, that have lost jobs, that the students themselves have suffered mental health problems, been isolated. Last spring, through the summer, we heard, constant cries for let us get back to normal. So these two things are, the suffering around this pandemic has just been enormous. It needs to end. Vaccination is how we end it. So we need to take steps to bring all staff, all students to a highest possible level of vaccination. This is good for them. It's good for our education system. It's good for the overall community. And tonight we can start with extracurricular activities. I think we need to go to a overall district-wide mandate for vaccinations for the spring semester, but that's for another meeting. But we know that remaining unvaccinated is just unacceptable. I mean, the CDC has produced the data that you're 4.5 times more likely to get infected. You're 10 times more likely to be hospitalized. You're 11 times more likely to die. I mean, this is data. As far as the danger of the vaccines, you can go to the CDC site. They say there's no causal effect from the vaccines and the deaths that have been reported. Even if you say the CDC is completely wrong, and there's been about 8,000 deaths reported in the VAERS system, out of about 380 million vaccinations. That is 0.02%. I mean, you're more likely to get killed driving to the grocery store than getting vaccinated. So, we're all living in a risk environment. And I think, this is a reasonable compromise. It gives everybody a chance to move. It gives us a chance to move forward tonight with the policies that the administration has proposed. But it also gives everybody fair notice that they need to get vaccinated if they want to continue to participate in extracurricular activities. And they can do it by either getting the mRNA vaccine, or they can get it by the J&J vaccine, which only requires a 2-week. And it is based on older technology than the mRNA vaccine. If you're uncomfortable with the mRNA technology, get the J&J vaccine. So I think it's a fair compromise. I think it's a fair approach to moving us forward to where we need to be to move out of the pandemic. And it's a fair approach to move forward within our community. So I'm going to propose that.
Trustee Hanley, can I ask you a question? I was trying to understand. Can you explain what your proposed amendment is one more time, please?
Yes. My proposed amendment, if you look at the policy, about 3/4 down the page where it says this policy will take effect on Monday, October 4th, 2021. You see it there?
Yes.
What I would just say is after that 2021, I would say this policy will take effect on Monday, October 4th, 2021 for all students participating in an extracurricular activity and apply to them until that activity concludes or November 15th, whichever comes first. Period. All students participating in extracurricular activities as of November 15th, 2021 must be fully vaccinated or submit a waiver request based on medical or religious reasons.
Thank you. Trustee Andrade Zuniga.
Thank you, Trustee Griffin. I am in agreement with Trustee Griffin and with Trustee Hanley. And I was really trying to understand what people were saying and, their opinions on this, because I do feel that we are one community and we can at least come to a compromise, but sometimes there is no compromise. So where do we go from there? I mean, there's no meeting us halfway. We're trying to do the best that we can to ensure that everybody is safe, everyone, not just one side or whatever. And even the students that are not vaccinated, like Trustee Hanley was saying, you're so much more likely to get sick. So I am in favor of this policy because I wanted to come to some sort of, like I said, some sort of compromise. As far as what Trustee Dwyer was saying with the vaccinations of everyone, I'm not even sure what that would look like. At first, in speaking with some of you, thank you for reaching out and having some pretty decent conversations. I appreciate the dialogue instead of just the personal attacks that we've been getting. I think it's a little bit, better to talk as people and human beings than attacking each other. But I hear, like I said, I hear what Trustee Hanley is saying. Now, to come to that compromise, I am going to vote yes on this policy. The other thing that has not been mentioned is there are students that haven't been able to go to school because they are afraid of bringing something back to their parents who are immunocompromised. I have friends that have cancer. I have friends that have other health issues that if they get anything, even a common cold, they will go into the hospital and they will be put on a ventilator or they will die, and this is not an exaggeration. So what happens to them? No one's talking about that part. We've got students that also play sports, the same thing. Their parents are, or they also are compromised. What happens to those students? So if we want to talk about like equality, let's talk about everything. Let's put it all on the table. The other thing is, please, let's separate the BLM flag from this. It's not the same, period. It's completely different. What Trustee Hanley was saying about how it's crushed our community, it's absolutely true. I come from the disabled community. That's part of my intersection. And a lot of people in my community haven't even been able to secure care, like not even being able to get out of bed, drink water, go to the bathroom, because they can't get care because people have either been ill or they've been afraid of contracting something. So what happens to them? And some of my friends have kids that have disabilities. They don't want to leave the house either. So what happens again to them? They haven't been able to even secure an aide to come to their home to give them physical therapy or tutoring or whatever it is that they are also entitled to get through their educational system, because they can't secure an aide because people are afraid of contracting the virus or of spreading it around, or they've just left the workforce completely because people don't want to be vaccinated. So what happens to them? We're not talking about that part. So we want to talk about equality and, the people with disabilities, it's going to affect them. Well, this also affects them too. So what happens in that situation? I'm not going to keep, talking about this. I think I'm going to vote yes. And, it's unfortunate that with that we can't have a dialogue and come to a compromise. So I appreciate all the, all of the comments. Thank you for being part of the process. I think that, that's one of the things that's very important to me, is have everybody being able to talk and have a conversation and, express their opinions, but it has to come to a point where like, we're not going to ever agree. So let's come to a compromise, but that's it. Thank you.
Looks like, and trustees Lees Dwyer and trustee Land, you have follow up. Your hands are still up. Okay, trustees Lees Dwyer. Yeah.
Okay, I guess under this policy, if school dances require unvaccinated to be tested, then going to any sporting event like the football games, they have to be tested before they can go to that too, because that's an extracurricular activity, correct?
We don't envision requiring students to go to an outdoor event. We want to follow the county guidelines, which are that you don't have to be vaccinated to do that.
But the county guidelines don't say that if you sit right next to someone tightly for 2 hours at a time, that that's okay, unmasked outside. That's not written anywhere. The way the outside exposure is discussed does not include the type of activities that happen at football games. And and I know you're saying that basketball games, everyone's got to wear a mask, and that's going to be interesting. But for football games, I think your policy would require that they be tested too, because they're in too close proximity. There's a lot of physical interaction that's going on at those games. And I'm not saying it's a negative thing, but these students need to be protected. And if we're going to do this, if you're going to do this, then it's got to apply to all the outside sporting events that they sit together at, like they do in the bleachers. And the colder it gets, the closer they're all going to sit.
So
I don't think you can pick it apart and choose when you're going to apply it or not. That's not right.
So we have not envisioned the attendance at a athletic event as an extracurricular activity. Students are members of the public, but if the board wishes to, I guess we don't have
attendance at a play, is an extracurricular activity, correct?
Not the way we envision it in this policy.
Well,
that's it.
It doesn't, to me, it makes no sense. The kid can't play on the team because he didn't have a COVID test. He didn't get it done because for whatever reason, he doesn't get tested. So then he goes and sits in the bleachers. He is not a different child than he was when he was going to be on the team as he is in the bleachers. In fact, he's closer to people for longer periods of time continuously in the bleachers than he was on the field. So we've accomplished nothing. I guess that's my point in all of this. If we don't test everyone once a week, we're not going to get what you want. And I guess that's my opinion. Thank you.
We can whatever the board's pleasure is on terms of this policy, staff will do. We'll tell you the implementation challenges associated with them.
Trustee Land.
So, actually, all right. I really want to say that I appreciate what Peter is trying to say, and I think we need to move in that direction. I don't disagree with that. I also agree with Linda in the fact, if we're going to do this right with testing, to what degree are we going to include people that are in the audience of a play, the kids that are in the audience, the adults that are in the audience, the ones that are going to be at the football games that are going to be close quartered and not wearing masks. We have to be pretty concise on this information and how we're going to do it if this is going to be truly a board policy. A board policy is supposed to withstand time, not just this one instance, but over time. So I think if we're really going to implement something like this, we have to understand our intention. I know it's funny because I asked the clarifying question at the very beginning was, wow, this has changed from the beginning about vaccinations and then we're going to allow testing. And I think that's fair. And I think it's an okay direction to go in. But the more I'm listening to both Linda and Peter, the more I feel like we're not doing this right. You know, we have to look at this in a little deeper way. And if we're really going to try to accomplish something, you know, extracurricular activities is not a required. The one thing that I'm going to disagree with a lot of the speakers is it is a choice. Going to a game, going to an activity, going to clubs, these are all choices, especially if they're outside the activity, the school day. And so all of these that are outside the school day are things that are choice. And we can put parameters and limits on that are really not impinging anyone's rights because they have a choice. They can go to it or they don't have to go to it. They can participate or they don't have to participate. And so that's one argument that I'm just going to say flat out is why we can do something in a policy like this. But we have to be comprehensive in this policy. If we're really trying to get COVID numbers down and we're really trying to protect our students, because in our community, and I again, the last time we talked, it's not just about our students, it's about our community as well. And Peter keeps talking about that, and I agree. But again, my priority is the students. So we really do need to revisit this. It is not clear, you know, it is not clear how we're going to implement it. And we really need to consider what Linda's talking about, which is audiences and participations in, you know, coming to events. And what does that look like? And also, what are we going to do with who wants to vaccinate and who doesn't? And I think we need to be a little bit more clear on that. And so I'm willing to vote yes on this, but I think there's so many things that we need to clarify that I don't think this is a policy we should pass tonight.
You know, the more this is discussed, I would love to be able to put an effective policy in place. And I was kind of disappointed with my colleague, trustees Lee Dwyer. I value her opinion, and she said there was something wrong in here, but I didn't want to discuss it. And then she comes back and drops it, you know, like an anvil. And you know, there are a lot, you know, the more we discuss it, there are a lot of holes, whether you want to mandate something or not, because in fact, a student that is sitting, and I've seen the pictures in the grandstands, and I was actually up at Starbucks before the meeting, standing in close contact with a whole bunch of students from San Mateo. And we've got to come up with something better, because it doesn't make any sense for people to be sitting in a play, you know, like you can sit in a play, you got to be masked up. You can be outdoors, you're going to be closer, maybe, you know, it's going to be inconsistent. And the policy is just not going to be, it's not going to be something we can apply and feel like we did a really good job. And I think there's, you know, there's some work to be done. I had a lot of questions earlier about the fact that we don't have a regulation, you know, administrative reg to go with this thing, and the administration's willing to go just on a few lines in a policy. But I think some of the questions about the data security and some of these other, and the protocols and exemptions are far more, they're too complex just to kind of wing it. And, you know, and I don't know if we'd have that in place by October 4th, or, you know, whenever it's proposed. And I'd love to be able to try to go with something that Trustee Hanley proposed. But after talking about, well, we don't consider, you know, the administration, we don't consider going to a football game an extracurricular activity. But I think I don't know if we could, if they're on the school ground and they misbehave, we certainly discipline them. And, you know, I don't know how you differentiate the, you know, the kind of activities, except if it perhaps could be, this is an interpretation that's convenient for purposes of implementing this policy and not necessarily in line with everything else that, you know, the way the rest of our policies are written and interpreted. So, and you know, the thing here is we've worked so hard to try to get something in place, and I believe the overall intent to accomplish something, we want to get something done. And I'm sure we want a thumbs up, thumbs down. And I am not in a hurry to come back and keep revisiting this. But I don't know how we can move forward the way it's written right now. Trustee Hanley, save us.
Yeah, I just view the attendance policy as it's a different animal. I mean, if you want, because it's not just students that attend football games, and it's not just students that attend our plays. I mean, the attendance is a different, it's a whole different animal than what we're talking about here with this policy. I think we're getting diverted away from what we've been talking about for 2 meetings here. And I join you in saying, I want to get a policy in place tonight. I don't want to keep coming back to this thing and postponing it. And, you know, I just think we're getting off track here, because when you're talking about attendance at you know, really community events, if you're talking about community events like football games, basketball games, plays, you're talking about, you know, wider things than just events that students are participating in. We're talking about, you know, basically community events. And I think it's a different animal. I'm not saying that we shouldn't establish some kind of policy around that. I think we probably need to do that, but I think it's a different animal, because it's a policy that we need to put in place that looks more like a policy that is for the broader community than just for students participating in extracurricular activities. And I'm not, you know, I'm not sure that, you know, Trustee Dwyer is exactly right on, you know, the outdoor participation and sitting next to somebody outdoors it falls into that same category as indoor. You know, I'm not sure that she's correct in what she's asserting.
Yeah, I'm Trustee Lees-Dwyer. I will recognize you, but I'm not sure anybody is correct in much of where we're going. But Trustee Lees-Dwyer and then Trustee Land.
Okay, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Hanley, because the students aren't sitting generally with the rest of the public at a football game, and your public attendance at football games pretty much parents and you know, family members, whatever. And obviously anyone can buy a ticket and come, but they are sitting with each other. And I agree with Trustee Land that when they're coming to a school event, and Trustee Griffin, they come to a school event, if they're drinking out there, we're certainly going to do something. Something's going to be done about it. And I think that has happened. You know, other activities they do that are inappropriate are going to be dealt with because they are at a school event. So I don't think you can separate plays and sporting events from each other. And I don't think you can separate it from the policy, because the intent of the policy is to eliminate as much transmission as we can on our campuses for our students. And that's our goal. And if that's our goal, we have to keep it so simple that we can achieve it. And the only way to really achieve it is to test everyone every 48 hours before an event. That is the only way to make it as simple so that it's done, and any possible person who is not vaccinated or is vaccinated and is carrying something will be caught. It'll be caught, and we can eliminate the exposure on the rest. It has to be simple. When going to the dance shouldn't take an hour to get in, but unless, and it shouldn't be identified as you're vaccinated or not if you're going to go to a dance or if you're going to go to a sporting event. If you test everyone, you don't have to deal with any of that. I think it's the most effective thing to do to achieve the goal, because we can't mandate vaccinations, but we can test children, students. So,
Trustee Land.
Okay, what's driving me nuts is Peter and Linda are right, and we're trying to figure out what to do. So the bottom line is this. I feel like you can't, I understand what you're saying about attendance, but again, you can't, we're splitting hairs because these are events that can be exposed. You can get exposure to COVID-19 and get unvaccinated students ill and then think that the disease, the disease gets spread. So we have to look inclusively. That is where we do have to mix this policy together. If we're just talking about, and because extracurriculars, student events are extracurricular activities in my mind, because there are football team, football in the audience, they're closer together and have more exposure than the football team down on the field. And that is something, and we have to take masks into consideration. Obviously, we need to talk difference between indoor activities and outdoor activities. So when we're talking about a play, we're talking about a dance, we're talking about a basketball game, maybe that policy needs to be different than when it's going out in the football games outside. So yes, there can be some variations, but we need to have a cohesive policy on this because again, going back to what Linda said, and Peter, what you're trying to say is we want to stop this virus from being spread. Now, I have, and if we want to start with vaccinations, that's maybe where we start, if that's what you're trying to talk about for tonight. But if we're not inclusive, if we're not comprehensive right now, we aren't really doing our job. I mean, I am very happy to see the results that we're going in the direction that we are. We're at 86, 87% in many of the schools. Look at the improvement in the schools. I mean, 35% for Peninsula. We're heading in the right direction. How can we keep this going? And I feel like, we're splitting hairs here, but we need to, again, I'm going to go back to the idea of what this is for. We're trying to build a board policy. I'd like to see a comprehensive policy, not just something that's, okay, we're going to do vaccinations and that's it for extracurricular, but not, what are we going to do about other circumstances? I think we need to be a little bit more comprehensive here and assertive. I think we're heading in the right direction. If we want to come up with a policy tonight for the extracurriculars that involves more vaccinations, and that's great, but we need to also consider what we're doing with the audiences, what we're doing with extracurriculars like dances as well. So I think we have to be a little bit more clear, and that's where my problem is, and that's why I'm having a hard time moving this forward. I totally agree, Peter. We need to get something done. I get it, but we have. I'm not going to vote for something that doesn't make sense.
Well, then require it. Then require
Right.
it for everything.
Right.
I'm looking for the opportunity to jump on the side of the teachers union, which I don't always have very many opportunities to do. The teachers union has come out and said that we need to move towards mandatory vaccination district-wide, staff and students. I agree with them.
Craig Childress, are you listening? This is a historic moment.
Then can we provide some language to then vote on it and just have it amended? Like, can we include, all like events, including the public or whatever? Can we just add some language to get something done? I agree with Trustee Hanley and Trustee Land. Like, I don't, and Trustee Griffin, like, I don't want to keep revisiting this either. We need to do something. So what are we going to do? Because it's getting late.
Oh, no, now that we've had this before and before about when they issue, because the meetings go longer and longer. It is getting late, and I think we got 2 or 3 hours left at the rate we're going. The thing about this policy, do we want to implement something to say we implemented something, or do we want to actually think it through and do it right? Because I was thinking, and I love to go to football games, and I looked at those pictures that my colleagues have sent me from the football games, and I normally just go in there and sit up there, and the band sits up there, and the rest of the student body sits up there, and I'm sure, the cheer squad or whatever the cheer squads are called these days are also around. So what normally happens, you see somebody in a band and you're a regular student, you come up there and hug and you're glad to see each other, and there's a lot of close contact, even though it's outside, that we just created a group over here. Well, they're having contact with this other group, and the other group is running around doing whatever they're doing, which chances are without masks. and without the benefit of testing. So, I mean, I don't know that we've solved that issue. I kind of liked, at least in theory, it's an outdoor activity and nobody stays in contact other than short bursts of time. And we know that's not true. And I think we also need to figure out if we're putting it in place, we do need to deal with the dances, the concerts, the dance performances, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't really talked about or thought about. And I mean, I don't know where that leaves us.
Can I, we do need to move on, and staff has put a lot of time in there. I know you're hearing me talk, but a lot of other people have as well. You asked us to do this, and we've tried like heck to come up with something that takes into account folks' thoughts here. And, it is a complicated topic, and it's one that nobody else has landed on. I do think that the increase in numbers are a reflection of the seriousness with which the board has taken this issue. And so we're getting there. And if the trends continue, I'm not saying the next 13% of students will be as easy as the last 5%. You asked us to do this, we tried, and it's a tough topic. But I do think we should declare some victories. We've got a testing program that works for staff members now, and we can expand it to a certain degree, but we cannot test 9,000 students without having a severe disruption in the educational experience of students. We just can't do it. That won't happen. What I think you should consider is encourage us to keep pushing vaccinations. We're all in agreement that every student who wants to, and the virtues of vaccines, and that's going to continue to happen in our country. We can't, we're going to, starting on October 15th, every staff member who's not vaccinated will be required to test. And let's see how that goes in terms of, staff participation and other pieces. I hope you don't ask us to come back at the next meeting. We're spending a lot of time on this, and we're not going to be able to come up with something that meets the interest of the board on October 14th. We'll keep pushing testing, and we're not having any dances inside, at least through the first semester. So that's not an issue. So those are my thoughts. I don't know how you guys land here, but I think a strong policy that's dramatically different from what we proposed here is going to take more time than you have tonight.
Trustee Lees-Dwyer.
Okay. First of all, we have had, Mr. Skelly, you and I have had this conversation about the board asking you to do this, and the board as a whole did not ask this to be done. And you agreed with me the last time we discussed this, because I did not participate in any meeting where we asked this to be done. So I just want to be clear on that. But dances, dances inside, outside, dancing by nature is close, and they get very, very close. They're very, very close at the games. They're going to be very, very close if you do a dance outside. It's how it is. They're kids. And if they haven't seen each other in 2 hours, they're going to hug and kiss because like they haven't seen each other in a month, and that's okay because that's how it is. But why can't we give them take the little home test home? I don't know what this costs, and that could be part of what the thinking is in this, but you hand everybody their little home test on Wednesday and they got to turn it in on Thursday. Is that impossible to do? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how complicated the testing is, but I believe that we can't just pick out little bits and pieces because it will not accomplish the goal, which is to have no transmission little or no transmission in our schools. And maybe Ms. Devaney can answer that question about whether they could just be all given a little home test to take with them.
I'm happy to. So we've requested to participate in the CDPH by Next Now home testing program, different than the one that we're providing on campus. We're still waiting to receive those home kits. CDPH has shared that there is a shortage of the antigen testing. And so we have secured a large amount of tests, but we haven't been shipped the home test, which leads me to believe there is a shortage with that program. So until we can determine, I think they told me they would issue us 200 kits. That is not enough for us to be able to provide something like that before a dance. That might cover half of the school, right? Not all of them. So I'm not sure, but we can look into options.
Okay, Trustee Land.
So I'm sorry, Kevin, Dr. Skelly. I don't agree with you at all. I think it's your job and it's the district's job to come up with policy that's going to work and that we're going to implement. So I think if we're going to go back to the, back to do it and redraw, let's do it. I don't want that. I think I'm just going to remind myself of something in my first term on this board, where we did have to say, hey, we don't like this. You need to go back and try again. And it was very frustrating. And I remember it several times. And I apologize again to Dr. Black several times when we said, nope, need to go back and we need to go back. And we did. And I think that's the whole idea of what good policy really is about, is refining it. Now, the one problem here is we have an urgency and a real sense of urgency. And so that's where I understand where maybe we don't want to go back over and over. But if we're going to build policy and it's not looking good and we need to revisit it, we need to do that. I think the intention is, Dr. Skelly, that what we're asking for is, yes, we want to increase vaccinations. We want to do it for students who are volunteering to do activities that is not required for our education. And that's important. So that's one factor. The other factor is dealing with the extracurricular activities that are a little bit more broad when you talk about dances and events and participation events, and whether they're indoor or outdoor. And I think they need to be addressed in some way. One can be vaccinations, one can be testing. I think that can be the separation and the difference. And I think we can come up with a policy that works. If we have to have another meeting next week because of it, then so be it. But it doesn't feel like rocket science. Now, Linda, I'm totally going to disagree with you. I don't think we can test every single kid all the time once a week. I don't think that's practical at this point. But I think we can divide up events with testing and vaccinations for participation in the sports events and certain things, and making them do that and require that, or do the required testing once a week. I know where Peter is trying to go towards towards vaccinations 100%, like LA Unified is doing, but I think that should be a state mandate. I think when all the testing gets to the point where elementary students can test, where middle school and high school students can test, the state should mandate it like they do the measles and polio and that sort of thing. And that should be their purview. And that's when we say, okay, it's mandated and everybody in the district has the right to have to present vaccination cards before they attend school. We do it already. So that's where we need to go, and that's where the ultimate end game is. But for now, we need to come up with coherent policies that will work, that will stave off the spread of COVID-19 and all these variants that are coming up.
Trustee Andrade Zuniga, is your hand up?
Yes, it is. Thank you. So in respect to all the work that the staff has done, can we approve something tonight and then add to it? Like add something later, maybe next week or the week after, specifically for the rest of the people that are, attending or games or dances or whatever it is, because I feel this is really urgent. Like we have to do something. So I don't know. I'm hoping that that we can at least do something, because these people have worked so hard on this, and we just brought this other part up. But I think that there can be like sections of it, and it might even be a little bit clearer, like specifically, this is for students, this is for sports, or whatever, in categories in a policy.
I don't think we can.
Trustees Lee Dwyer, is your hand still up or is it a
Yes,
fresh?
it is. Yeah, it's still up.
Can I comment on one thing before you speak?
Oh, yeah,
again?
absolutely.
You know, one thing I guess we got to figure out, okay, we can put something together and get it done and it'll be in place and it may not be effective and it may be really difficult to change. So if we just say we want to put something in place, we have to question, is it going to be something that accomplishes what we're trying to do? I mean, you know, not just to say, oh, we got that out of the way and we don't have to have any more 4-hour meetings. And to say if we put something sort of like a temporary reg, it may never get changed because we can't agree at this point amongst yourselves on even the basic principles of this. So I think we need to do our best work. And as hard as the administration has worked on this, I'd rather have them work on it some more than put a bad policy in place. And I hate to say that because, you know, we just continue to lose sleep. I've got the world's worst headache and I just got to suffer through it. So Trustee Andrade Zuniga.
I'm next.
Oh, yeah. Oh, real quick, just let me follow up on what he said real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
I hear you. And that's not what I'm saying to just like do whatever. But we asked them to create a policy regarding the sports for the students, you know? It had nothing to do with anything else that we just talked about. So I think that's what I'm trying to say is that, you know, I don't know, how long is this going to be extended for though? And can we then, if we're going to add more and change it, we got to do it soon. So sorry, Lynn, Trustee Dwyer, go ahead.
Okay. What do they say about doing things in haste? Not always good. Okay, the way it reads right now, it's students who participate in any extracurricular activity. And that word any is very encompassing and we have not defined any. And I think that we have to be fair to all of them. And it has to be something that is easily applied. My testing is probably a dream. My weekly testing, it's probably prohibited by expense. In fact, we don't have the tests, but that's the simplest, easiest way to get us where we want to be. So since we can't do that, then we have to look at what is the second simplest way to get us where we want to be. And it has to be something that's absolutely uniform and is the easiest to administer, affecting so that we have the most testing possible in order to avoid transmission. So that means that all extracurricular activities have to be included. I don't consider, I do a lot of drafting of documents, so I don't consider this a lot of work personally. So I think that, in a week, this should be able to be done. And we could come back and discuss it and maybe come up with something that will work to reach the goal, which is to eliminate as much transmission as possible. That's the goal. And if we can do that, then we're looking at October 4th, which is just another week off. And, maybe you want to make it at the 10th or whatever, extend it, but you could then put it into place. So.
I got one clarifying question, and this has to do with, the administration or the superintendent specifically said there was no dances scheduled no indoor dances scheduled between now and the first of the year. And I thought, everybody has their homecoming and all this kind of stuff, or a lot of them are in the fall. Are we having outdoor dances or other activities?
That's right. And so far, many of those dances have been masked. And we don't have, if the board wants to have masked dances, that's fine.
Oh, man. Are they in tents? Are they in, what are they?
They're
we need
outside
to
of
hear
the
more
court.
about the logistics on, not that I want to solve that problem or open that can of worms, but okay. So some of us think we can get this thing whipped up in a week. If somebody's got a motion in a second and can find 3 votes anywhere in the county for this, I would entertain it. One other thing, and the reason we are where we are partly is because we're trying to go this issue by ourselves. And, you know, we struggled like so many other agencies but last year about remote learning.
Yes.
And everybody was like wandering around in the desert trying to find a solution until we got, you know, a sort of an edict from the state and some rules. And even then we had to apply those sets of rules to create, you know, the scenario for remote learning. And you know, one of the reasons we are struggling is because we are trying to create this. And I know Trustee Andrade Zuniga had brought up an issue, and she'll probably talk about it later, about, you know, standing united or talking. And I said, well, let's talk to other other high school districts, at least the ones in the county, or how come Greg, vice president of the County School Board Association, doesn't take this to you know, to the meeting and, and get, you know, get like Kalima and get the superintendent, or get some people from high school districts to kind of, you know, figure out, well, what are you guys doing? Or you don't think it's a problem, or you have similar issues to help.
Bob, you bring up a really good point, and I want to acknowledge this. I think we are doing pioneer work, and I really want to give credit to our administration for really trying to do this. I think we're heading in the right direction. I want to acknowledge that, and you know, sorry, Dr. Skelly and staff, if you don't feel like we're supporting it. I think we are. I think what happens is when you get into the weeds like this, we have to really look at the devil is in the details, and we have to refine it. And I think we are heading into new territory, and I'm more than willing to do this because I think it's the right thing to do. And I appreciate the push that Peter's talking about, because we need to head in this direction. And yes, there's going to be a lot of opposition, but let's do it right. And I think if we can just re-examine this one more time, go through it, you know, edit it, refine it, really think about all the elements that we're talking about when we're talking about extracurricular, I think we'll have a policy that will work. I think it's worth it. I think we're in this innovative territory where we're coming up with something new. Others have really decided, you know, do absolute, or they're floundering, and we're trying to find a middle ground. And I think it's the right thing to do. So I do want to applaud us for doing it. And Bob, thanks for pointing it out.
So Greg, can I ask you, are you saying go back and look at it and come up with something that moves us towards mandatory vaccinations before the end of the semester?
It can be that, yes. I was truly believing that's the bigger picture. But if you really look at it in the absolute,
mandatory vaccinations for participation in extracurricular activities before the end of the semester is something that if they bring that back, you'll vote for it.
Yep.
I'm down for that too.
Yep. And it's got to be more comprehensive. That's
Boy, you just signed a blank check.
No, I'd like to see it first. And because again, everything that I know what Peter's trying to do is like, hey, look at the end game. Yes. But again, a policy right now has to be about extracurricular and including the extracurricular that we're talking about, which is the dances and the plays and the audiences and the indoors and the outdoors. And we have to think about it, not because when you look at the policy right now, it's any extracurricular right now. So you have to apply it to anyone. And it has to be better than that. And we have to consider audiences, and we're not. And it's very complicated. I totally agree. And if you separate it into different parts of maybe we have an administrative reg that addresses one thing only, and then the board policy that's more broad. And it goes back to what you were saying, Bob. It needs to be a little bit more comprehensive.
But if you mandate vaccinations, you're going to exclude the kids who need to be included the most. And I think we have to be the testing is one thing, but once you start mandating vaccinations, look at the statistics. The kids who aren't vaccinated are the kids who need to be in school the most and need to be connected the most. And testing, I would definitely prefer testing to mandatory vaccinations, given the percentages. If we can come up with ways to encourage them, fine. But I don't want anyone to be excluded and not have a way because of what we think is the best thing for them.
But Linda, those are the kids that need to be vaccinated the most. Those are the
you're
kids
not their
that
parent, and
that need to be.
We're not their parents, but we can test to protect them and the other students.
Well, some of our people of color, the reason why some, and this is not everybody, but a portion, the reason why they're so hesitant to be vaccinated is all rooted in racism and discrimination and forcing people to be, vaccinated or experimented on. So that's a lot of the anti-racism work that we're doing with it. Even the whole BLM thing has to do a lot with that. So that's a big portion of why. And then misinformation has a lot to do with why people aren't getting vaccinated. So let's, call it really what it is. And then there are a portion that, cannot get vaccinated because of their medical stuff and religious stuff. That's fine. But, again, a lot of it's rooted in this, these systems that have forced people to, have these issues. So education again, education. And it's been proven through the data that we've just seen tonight that the more we're educating, the more we're providing access. And a lot of people were not vaccinated because they didn't have access. But again, if we can educate and create access, then we can reach that. There will always be a portion of people that are going to be, against it, but we need to address this stuff.
So
I say we educate and educate and educate.
Well, and then going back to Linda, what you're saying is if you're not going to mandate 100% vaccinations, then the testing has to be more comprehensive. You have to have
yes.
So if you're not going to do the mandated 100% vaccinations for extracurriculars, then you're going to have to say, then you have to be more clear about when you're going to ask for testing and when it's testing mandatory, because that's when you can really prevent spread. So either way, I mean, I can vote for either, but it's because the intention is we want to reduce the risk of our students to getting the disease.
That's the goal.
Yes.
Okay, so where is it?
So can I
does the horse have a breath left?
Well, so I think in our policy, we tried to make a distinction between attendance at events and participation in events. And I don't want to put administrators in the position where at plays or at basketball games or whatever, they're required to, a visiting team comes in and they don't have this expectation that vaccinated. What are we going to do with those folks who attend? Or are we going to not let them go? Or how are we going to do that? The other point I would say to our credit is that we have a robust testing program in this district. It's not as robust as we want it to be, and we're ramping it up. But I will tell you from being on the county call this morning that other districts are just not testing at all, really. And so, and for some of the reasons that Sarah mentioned and the logistical challenges that folks have. Coming back in 3 weeks or even 5 weeks is going to be very difficult for us to come for a policy that would get consensus from this board, at least. And maybe you see it differently than I, but I think we've got some differences.
I thought we were talking about coming back next week.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about coming back next week.
I can't do next week, and would have a very difficult time doing it in 2 weeks.
Why?
Well, next week, you approved my attendance and Dr. Kempke's at a conference, and that then the following week, you've got to have things ready, and we wouldn't be here for that. So the October 14th is really the.
Kirk will be here.
Okay.
Are there other, can Kirk work on it?
Sure. My point about sort of getting to consensus among the board feels like it's not going to be easy to do. Kirk maybe can pull this one out. I'm not sure.
Well, what about 2 weeks? That's the 30th. Right?
The 30th of what,
No,
September? or
30th
October?
is next
Yeah.
week. The 8th.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's out next week and he couldn't work on it. And then we have to have a agenda setting, and I'm sure he has to have some other stuff done, but I'm not defending anybody in this.
I'm just asking.
No, I'm fine, you know. I mean, you know, the progress is ground to a total.
Let me take a shot at making a motion at my amendment and see if there's a possibility of 3 votes for it tonight. And the administration can work out the details for attendance. And let me repeat my amendment, which is that this policy will take effect on Monday, October 4th, 2021 for all students participating in an extracurricular activity and apply to them until that activity concludes or November 15th, whichever comes first, period. All students participating in extracurricular activities as of November 15th must be fully vaccinated or submit a waiver request based on medical or religious reasons. So
That's mandatory vaccinations.
yes, as of November 15th, which is approximately 7.5 weeks away.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, this doesn't appear to be a second.
Okay.
So
It needs to come back.
So what is the will of the board in terms of revisiting this?
I move we table the motion tonight, table the policy tonight, so that it can be amended and brought back to us at our next meeting.
Second.
But that means
the
that you've got unvaccinated, that means that you've got unvaccinated students that are not being tested at all. They're not being tested. And there's no mandate even to test them.
That doesn't mean we can't increase testing. We could test the entire football team. Then you catch the ones that aren't vaccinated, right?
If you want to do something, why not pass
You can test.
why not pass the policy as is? Not my favorite choice, but you want action, pass the current policy.
I can't do that. Okay.
Hey, I'm trying to come up with options here.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to do a policy, let's do the policy as is. It's not perfect, but it provides testing and it provides options for.
So is there a motion for?
Right. Let's do the policy right. Let's do the policy right. I think we need to do it right, and just rushing it through because everyone's tired and just to get it off the agenda doesn't make any sense at this point. I think it should be.
Thank you.
I'll second Peter's motion. I'll second Peter's motion. So I don't know, can we vote on something?
You're going to mandate vaccinations?
Well, that's
by the 15th
of
Not
November.
by now, it gives people a chance. There's no other solution right now. I mean, I see what I like. When are we going to get this done? I know that the staff can't work on it. And I know I don't know. This is a mess, guys.
So when these kids
We're
go to
trying to,
football
like-
playoffs, half the team, part of the team won't be there because their parents will not have had them vaccinated. That's what you're going to, that's what you want to do.
Well, it's not going to be half.
That's a good idea,
got-
but it's enough of it. You're taking a kid away from something they've worked all summer, all fall to do with an arbitrary date that all of a sudden they're
Well,
going.
are people going to
What does that
really
say to
test
the
though?
student? Yeah,
But
they
are
can
people going to
test.
really test? Because
Let-
even
let-
If they
tonight we
have
heard
to, they
even the
will.
testing's a
Excuse me,
question.
let's try to,
Oh
we're
my
all
God.
colleagues working toward the
I
same
know.
know.
goal, and rather than talking
frustrating.
over each other, I can call on you. You can choose to ignore me and continue to talk.
Sorry.
So we had, and now technically, I believe we have a motion and a second because it came out as to vote on Peter's amendment, which would require mandatory, it would allow people to participate. Okay.
No, because my motion was seconded before his motion was seconded. So we have to vote on that one first.
That
because
is
it was
true.
seconded.
We asked to table it. There was a motion and a second. We have to vote on that.
You are correct. And we will be going to the tape and sending it to New York to let the
Robert rules. Yeah. So there was and then they talked about it because no one I didn't in a second. So we didn't, we argued about tabling it, and then we decided to do the second part and have a motion in a second.
So we do have a motion in a second. I'll take your motion to table it first.
And bring it back at the next meeting.
Yes, a revised amended policy.
Which is 2 weeks.
It was literally.
The next meeting's 3 weeks.
Oh, well, then we can come back the 8th. If the next meeting isn't the 8th, I wanted to come back on the 8th.
We don't have a meeting on the 8th.
Well, that doesn't, no, we could have a meeting on the 8th just to get this done.
I mentioned before that I can't do, well, Kirk may be able to, I don't think he can. If you want to do this, I would table till the 14th, just for staff to do this work.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion.
That part of the amendment that it will be at the 14th.
Okay, then I hate to say the next regular scheduled meeting, but the
That's
14th.
what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So
Can I make a comment again that I think that's a bad idea to leave no policy for testing of unvaccinated students in place when the administration has clearly said unvaccinated students are not coming in to get tested.
Well, if you look at the active sports at this time, it's not a huge amount of kids to test. It's a small group, and you could just test all of them.
That sports is only a small part of extracurricular activities.
Which goes back to our original argument about participation.
Yeah,
audience.
That's true too. I understand, Peter. I'm not trying to be difficult.
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to call for a vote on the motion to table this item till the next regular meeting. Trustee Andrade Zuniga, how do you vote?
No.
Trustee Land, how do you vote? Trustee Land.
I said yes.
Okay, I didn't hear anything. I thought you froze for a second.
I might have frozen, but that would have been my internet.
Trustees Lees Dwyer.
Yes. I feel like I'm on the Survivor program.
Yeah. Trustee Hanley.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna vote yes to table this thing. I don't want a bad policy. I want, as bad as I want a policy, I don't want a bad policy. And I would continue, and I guarantee you, and I can't guarantee anything, that this will be the Daily Journal. You know, the Saturday Daily Journal will talk about this 3 or 4 hours spent and we were just stuck in a quagmire. But we need to get a good policy. We need to continue to encourage everybody to get vaccinated, period. We need to put a full court press on this issue and do as much as we can to facilitate testing, to facilitate vaccinations, to keep a safe environment so we keep the school instructional program going and we offer some enrichment activities to those that so choose to participate. So the item passes 3-2, and that gets us to L2.
So before we go, if you, we will try to cobble together a policy that makes some modifications. In the meanwhile, it would be helpful for board members to share what their concerns are if they're beyond what we heard tonight, particularly around the definition of an extracurricular.
Point of order. So there is another motion and a second on the table that we need to vote on. Otherwise, it has to be.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just
No, it's irrelevant now. The thing's been tabled.
No, technically no, because we tabled the original policy. We didn't table your amendment. You made an amendment. Lehia seconded it. It is on the floor unless Lehia withdraws the amendment, or the second, or you withdraw the amendment, your original amendment.
Motion to amend.
And the parliamentarian has spoken here, so we have to deal with this other motion in a second.
Or withdraw. I mean, it's totally.
Well, like I said, hint, or withdraw. So we currently have a motion and a second. Are we gonna have to vote on it?
Yeah, you have to vote on it.
Now we got another parliamentarian. So
withdraw
trustee Andrade Zuniga.
Doesn't have to.
I vote yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we got one yes. Trustee Land?
No.
Trustee Lees Dwyer?
No.
Trustee Hanley?
Yes.
I'm so confused. I'll vote no. So the motion fails.
Now
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So do we have an education lawyer we use that can help with crafting the policy, given everything we've done is recorded, so that could assist with drafting a policy that we can pass, because that might help if Kirk is going to be working on it, give him a little help. If it's going to take a few weeks, other people are getting involved. It might help to have someone just assist a little with that job. We use lawyers for everything else.
Maybe CSBA can give us some advice on who to go to. Yeah, because this was definitely a topic at one of the CSBA meetings recently.
Well, yeah, and County Council and Lozano have someone who does everything. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they can find someone that could just give the district a little assistance and just cleaning it up.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, the policy was reviewed by County Council and modified based on their input in terms of language and pieces.
So they could do it again.
I don't think it's not primarily a legal issue.
It is to incorporate the language you need, the language that would be needed to make it include, to be better defined as to what extracurricular.
Okay, the superintendent asked for any input, and I guess that would include any comments or observations that people have. I was going to suggest that somebody, like everybody should provide as much insight in what they think needs to be, and let, because clearly, the administration is trying their best to execute something that I'm not sure we know exactly what it should be in our own minds. So,
okay,
well, thank you everybody for whatever. At some point, I'm going to have to take a break.
Okay, so we could postpone. There are items here, including Dr. Black's presentation here, that we could postpone to another meeting for another night. They're not.
The next meeting.
Well, the next meeting is going to be 5 hours also.
Okay, right.
we won't start at 4:30.
This is my favorite birthday ever.
So I'm just, it has been the practice of the board on nights like this to postpone presentations. We do have some things in terms of the contracts and the tentative agreements that we do need to approve so people can get paid. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Get to the
That
nitty.
we postpone, yeah.
Well, that would be, you're talking about L2, but then personnel actions and N1, N2, N3, N4 need to be done.
Yes,
N5 needs to be done. N6 needs to be done.
right. Yeah, it's the L2, at least, as in my first reading that I'm
And then
asking.
there's a couple of the adoption of resolution on.
Yeah, those we would need to do.
Be postponed and then just let's go through the rest of the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
I suggest you skip sorry, Dr. Black, we skip L2 and we move to N1.
I bet he's going to be happy the way we're all acting. So he doesn't want to hear any questions from us now.
And in terms of the, there was a discussion scheduled on board policies R4. Can that be put off? I'm looking through the whole agenda. And you were also going to comment on R3, the consent agenda.
Yeah, I think we should definitely postpone that.
Okay, so L2, R3, R4. I know there's a public comment on R1. And, okay. So do we need a motion to table those items, L2, R3, R4?
Yeah, you're just amending the agenda. So
I think you just,
make a motion to amend the agenda as you just mentioned.
Okay.
You can make the motion, you just said it.
That's the motion. I'm amending. I
Second.
make the motion
Yeah.
Okay.
as-
So
I vote yes.
Trustee Land,
yes.
Trustee Lee Dwyer,
Yes.
Trustee Hanley,
yes.
and I'll vote yes. So we've amended the agenda and we will move on to N1 personnel actions.
Yes, personnel actions and addendum for approval.
I move approval.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. And Trustee Andrade Zuniga,
Yes.
Trustee Land. I guess that was a yes. Trustee Lee Dwyer,
Yes.
Trustee Hanley,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes. Personnel actions are passed. N2, we got a public hearing scheduled for the salary schedules for the district teachers, and 519, and it looks like everybody. Kirk, Dr.
Yes,
Black.
these are all the salary schedules with the 2.5% salary increase and the $2,000 one-time payment.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Are there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Ms. Chalkley, is anybody out there?
We do not have any speakers on this item.
Okay, the public hearing is closed.
I have a question. There are two people with hands raised in the attendees section. Is that when it's an open meeting that they need to be addressed, or do they have to still go through the email?
They go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Skelly.
No. You go ahead.
They have to email comments
Okay.
at SMUHSD.org.
Now it's only one
Now there's
hand.
only one, so there you go. Okay.
Okay. N3, approve the salary schedule. This 21-22 salary schedule, Dr. Black.
Yes, these are the salary schedules, same ones with the 2.5% increase and the $2,000 one-time payment for all of our units and non-represented administrators and managers.
And this is the disclosure on the cost. I don't have all my items open. I know there's a disclosure, right? I have to get,
That's the next one.
okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there a second on
Second.
Trustee Land?
I had to blow out my candles first. Yeah.
You know, you can't have birthday cake
I'm
unless
having
you give
birthday
some to
cake.
every.
It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, you have to share.
But I'm having birthday cake. I'll send some to everybody's house if you want it.
You
Okay,
could just walk it over to my house.
or we could come by after the board meeting, wake everybody up, get your
Okay.
dog up.
Rose says, come on by.
Okay, the Land with the motion, Lee Dwyer with the second, Andrade Zuniga,
Yes.
Trustee Land,
Yes.
Trustee Lee Dwyer,
Yes.
Okay, trustee Hanley,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes. N3 is approved. And what I was talking about, I think you disclosed what 1% cost. Now this item N4 approved the non-represented and administrators classified employment contracts. Dr. Black.
Yes, this is all of the individual contracts and assignments for the administrators and non-represented managers that the 2.5% salary increase is extended to, plus the $2,000 one-time payment. Attached to this is a script to read. Did you want to read that?
He has to read it.
You have to.
No, I don't, but we have somebody who apparently was supposed to.
Yes, I'll read it.
Well, I will read it. I mean,
No, it's fine.
The superintendent will read it.
Okay.
Okay, the following are the compensation terms for the district's non-represented administrator and classified manager positions. Each administrator manager will receive a one-time payment of $2,000, health and welfare benefits up to $26,085, transportation and cell phone reimbursements of $275 a month, various subscriptions and memberships, and reimbursement for approval district expenses. Assistant directors, Lauren Berlin, Assistant Director of Special Ed, Level 4, salary $179,221 workdays. Carrie Mann, Assistant Director of Adult and Career Education, Level 4, salary $163,568, 221 workdays. Assistant Principals, Dominic Begue, Assistant Principal 1, Burlingame High, Level 5, salary $167,855, 204 workdays. Monique Geddes, Assistant Principal 2, Cappuccino High School, Level 5, salary $176,624, 214 workdays. Nicole Lenz Martin, Assistant Principal 2, Aragon High, Level 5, salary $181,039, 214 workdays. Michelle Fischera, Assistant Principal 2, Burlingame High, Level 5, salary $176,624, 214 workdays. Juan Flores, Assistant Principal 1, Aragon High, Level 5, salary $155,870, 204 workdays. Adam Gelb, Assistant Principal 2, San Mateo High, Level 5, salary $194,431, 219 workdays. Jose Gomez, Assistant Principal 2, Mills High School, Level 5, salary $190,205, 214 workdays. Michael Holtz, Assistant Principal 2, San Mateo High School, Level 5, $176,624, 214 workdays. Josh Knutson, Assistant Principal 2, Burlingame High School, Level 5, salary $172,316, 214 workdays. Nancy Quay, Assistant Principal 2, Cappuccino High School, Level 5, salary $176,624, 214 workdays. Ashley Milton, Assistant Principal 2, Hillsdale High, Level 5, salary $190,205, 214 days. Lisa Nagendran, Assistant Principal 2, Aragon High School, salary $190,205, 214 workdays. Margarita Navarro, Assistant Principal 2, San Mateo High School, Level 5, salary $190,205, 214 workdays. Sarah Prensky Pomerantz, Assistant Principal 2, Hillsdale High School, Level 5, salary $162,941, 214 workdays. Lindsay Schlack, Assistant Principal 2, Mills High School, Level 5, salary $176,624, 214 workdays. Brett Stevenson, Assistant Principal 1, Hillsdale High School, Level 5, salary $172,051, 204 workdays. Alfred Wolfgram, Assistant Principal 1, Peninsula High, Level 5, salary $160,779, 204 workdays. Assistant Superintendent Julia Kemke, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, Level 8, salary $218,125, 221 workdays. Yancey Hawkins, Associate Superintendent, Chief Business Officer, level 9, salary $241,903, 221 workdays. Kirk Black, Deputy Superintendent, Human Resources and Student Services, level 10, salary $278,845, 221 workdays. Directors, Simon Bez, Director of Technology, level 6, salary $192,135, 221 workdays. Linda Carlton, Director of Maintenance, Operation, and Facility Use, level 6, salary $199,143, 221 workdays. Valerie Miller, Director of Budget and Fiscal Services, level 6, salary $206,626, 221 workdays. Don Scatena, Director of Student Services in Middle College, Principal, level 7, salary $219,277, 221 workdays. Brian Simmons, Director of Curriculum and Assessment, level 7, salary $210,590, 221 workdays. Angela Taylor, Director of Adult and Career Education, level 6, salary $188,796, 221 workdays. Holly Wade, Director of Special Ed, level 7, salary $219,277, 221 workdays. Executive Director Karen Holder Jackson, Executive Director of Excel, level 1, salary $150,909, 221 workdays. General Managers, James Hyde Jr., General Manager of Operations, level 1, salary $162,513, 221 workdays. Charles Royce, General Manager, Facility Use, level 1, salary $150,910, 221 workdays. Managers, Vanessa Castano, Manager of Accounting, level 4, salary $190,420, 221 workdays. Laura Chalkley, Manager of Public Relations, Communication and Publications, level 3, salary $176,116, 214 workdays. Sammy Showman, Director of English Learner and Academic Support Programs, level 4, salary $187,443, 214 workdays. April Torres, Manager of Mental Health Programs, level 4, salary $179,498, 214 workdays. Principals, Valerie Arbizu, Principal, Aragon High School, level 7, $211,526, 221 workdays. Paul Belzer, Principal, Burlingame High School, level 7, salary $219,277, 221 workdays. Jesse Boyce, Principal, Cappuccino High School, level 7, salary $206,190, 221 workdays. Ron Campana, Principal, Peninsula High School, level 7, salary $219,277, 221 workdays. Pam Dzinski, Principal, Mills High School, level 7, salary $214,616, 221 workdays. Jeff Gilbert, Principal, Hillsdale High School, level 7, salary $219,277, 221 workdays. Yvonne Shu, Principal, San Mateo High School, level 7, salary $219,277, 221 workdays.
Thank you, sir. Move on to approve. Okay, we need a motion.
So moved.
I'll move it. Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Trustee Land and second by Trustee Hanley. Trustee Andrade Zuniga.
Yes.
Trustee Land.
Yes.
Trustee Lees Dwyer.
Yes.
Trustee Hanley.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. And N4 is approved 5-0. N5, approve revised request to pay game support.
Yes, this is the item where we wanted to use the campus supervisors hourly in order to provide that wage at all the games. We worked with the athletic directors to find out what the average length of games were for football, wrestling, volleyball, basketball, etc. And we times that by the highest pay rate, hourly pay rate of our campus safety supervisors. And that is the change and the security, which is bolded in the attachment.
Are there any questions?
No,
Is there a motion?
I move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Trustee Lees Dwyer with the motion, trustee Lamb with the second, trustee Andrade Zuniga,
Yes.
trustee Land,
Yes.
trustee Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
trustee Hanley.
Yes.
I'll vote yes, and the item passes 5-0. N6, approve the Sam Hill Union High School District Teachers Association tentative agreement for 21-22.
This is the tentative agreement that has a number of items, including the salary increase, but also the district paid pregnancy leave, which was which was a new thing in the contract and something that we don't think many other districts, if any, have done, and something we're very proud of.
Okay. Trustee Hanley, you have your hand up on this item?
Yes. I'm going to vote for this, but with some reservations because it basically gives the entire assessed value increase into salaries, and I don't think that's a good process or good pattern to set. But we have an unusual amount of money this year, and I'm willing to do it, but I want to make sure that it's understood that this is not something that I'm very happy about doing. And I don't think it's, a pattern that we should adopt. So it's a concern of mine, but I will vote for it this time.
Anybody else have a comment? Trustee Lees Dwyer?
I have a question, actually. We approved, and maybe it's just this late, but we approved the raises already in N3, correct?
Yes.
And now we're approving the contract that gave them the raises. Shouldn't we approve the contract and then the raises?
We've had this discussion before. We've done it both ways. I thought.
I guess maybe it doesn't matter. But you know what I mean? First we have an agreement with them and then we approve the raise. I think that's logical, but I'm not opposed to it at all, any of it. And it could be just that it's late, but it seems like you would do the contract and then you do the amount. Next time, maybe we should try that again.
Okay.
Okay, I move approval.
I second.
Okay, we got the motion by trustees Lees Dwyer and the second by Andrade Zuniga. I agree with Peter's comment, with trustee Hanley's comment on this. I'm not sure of the exact calculations, but I think we do have some reserve balance, and this has been some extraordinarily tough times for the employees. So, trustee Andrade Zuniga, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Trustee Land?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Lees Dwyer?
Yes.
Trustee Hanley?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. And we'll move on to N7. That's 5-0 on N6. Okay, it was to approve the American Federation of State, Local, County, Municipal Employees.
And so this is the agreement that will wrap up negotiations for this year with AFSCME, our classified managers. It just has the salary increase.
Okay, is there a motion? Oh, it's a public hearing, excuse me. So just right on the page, on the fringe of the page. So I'll open the hearing. Is there any comment on the item?
There are no comments.
I'll close the public hearing and we'll go to adoption of resolution on 02. Dr. Simmons around?
This is a formal, he can answer any questions, but this is a formality that we do every year.
Okay. Is there a motion? Are there any questions first?
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the contract? Or are we
No.
talking about the textbooks?
We're talking about the textbooks. We had the public hearing on the textbooks was 01.
No, but what happened to the, what happened to?
My agenda says tentative
AFSME
agreement
tentative agreement. What happened to
Oh.
that?
on
Yeah,
N7.
okay, the AXB. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, we have to vote on that.
Now, who made the motion in the second?
They haven't done that yet.
I don't think anybody did.
Okay. Is there,
I move approval.
yeah, it just says approve the contract. Okay, who's the second?
Second.
Trustee Lang had a second there. Lees Dwyer with the motion, trustee Land with the second, trustee Andrade Zuniga,
I vote yes.
trustee Land,
Yes.
trustee Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
trustee Hanley.
Yes.
Okay, I'll vote yes, and 7. Now we can move on to the public hearing. Are there any, I'll do the process again, open the public hearing. Are there any public speakers? Ms. Chalkley?
No public speakers.
I'll close the hearing and go to O2 adoption of resolution. Is there a motion?
I move approval. I move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, Lees Dwyer with the motion, Hanley with the second, trustee Andrade Zuniga,
I vote yes.
trustee Land,
Yes.
trustee Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
trustee Hanley,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes, and that resolution passes. And then we're gonna move on to, near as I can figure out, R1, resolution 21-2207. Now, I think there was a public comment on this item.
Yes, sir. There are actually 2 public comments. You have Chris Cavagioli and Chris Westling.
Okay,
And Chris Westling has been promoted, and I'll find Mr. Cavagioli.
okay. Mr. Westland.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank you guys for doing what you did tonight. I'm very well aware. I took over a nonprofit in distress and ended up being the president of the board, and we had to make some very difficult decisions. Most people are never faced with making the types of decisions that you are tonight. So I applaud you for sticking with the process of getting to a moving forward with it, not just taking the easy way out. So first of all, second, yeah, let's start meeting in person again. I had to have 15 parents on a WhatsApp call tonight because there was no public discourse for this. We're all, each of us, going out to find 2 more parents for the next meeting. Let's do this in person. We're going to be in person. If you guys aren't, we can do it in person and still have people Zoom in. I mean, we've been doing that in church for 1.5 years, so we can certainly do it for a board meeting.
Okay, well, thank you for your comment. And some of us are sitting down here all masked up, can't breathe, with a bad headache and sleep deprived.
If I need to, I'll come in a rubber suit. But let's start meeting in person.
Okay. Then the second comment was from Mr. Cavalier.
Mr. Cavagioli, and I'm not able, we only have 11 participants left, and he is not in that group.
Yeah, he hasn't responded to my text either, so
he's left for the evening, I think.
Okay, so the resolution, is there a motion and a second? Now, this takes us all the way through next year, right?
No, you have to do this monthly. So you'd have to approve it again at the October 28th meeting.
I have a question.
Trustee Land.
If we went live, then we couldn't do what we're doing. There's no hybrid model where we could be live, all of us, or most of us in person and some of us.
Right. Yeah, that's the way and I'm going to get some more information tomorrow, but the way it's been described to me by council, or at least the way I understand it, is that the policy allows you to either all be virtual, or you do what we did pre-pandemic, which was if somebody was attending the board meeting in a remote location, they would put their address in the agenda. We would agendize that, and then you would post a copy of the agenda on your door, and somebody could, if they wanted, to go there to attend. So, those are the two options. Given where we are, well, I mean, we could talk about that, but I think you should pass this and move forward.
If we pass this, we could still be live like what Bob's doing now.
I want to check that tomorrow. If not, then Bob will attend from the comfort of his home, I guess.
No,
or some other location.
I would have been there if it wasn't my birthday. I would have been right next to him.
No. So I need to check, but my understanding, at least right now, is that that would be a hybrid model that would not be allowed.
I don't, can I say something real quick? Sorry.
Please.
I don't want to, keep talking, and it's like 10:30, but I just wanted to remind everybody that this is the first time that we've been able to have so much participation. There are a lot of parents that cannot participate, in person for whatever reason. They're coming from work or whatever, or they have other meetings, or they have little kids that, they need to be home for. There's so many reasons why. So yeah, that's my argument for staying this way, is the access for people, accessibility, or students too. I mean, they have to go home and, and do homework and eat dinner and get ready for the next day. And this is a good way for them to participate. So that's, yeah.
I'll move approval of the resolution.
Second.
Okay, we got trustee Hanley with the motion, trustees Lee Dwyer with the second, trustee Andrade Zuniga,
Oh, yes.
trustee Land,
I abstain.
trustee Lee Dwyer,
Yes.
trustee Hanley.
Yes.
So that's three of us, and man, I'll vote yes, that's four of us. Now, what happens if we find out it's not as, if for some reason the resolution is not as we think it's going to be supposed to be? Are you going to get back to us and we'll take appropriate action?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's got their list. I did the best I can on I'm moving to R2, and everybody's got their assignments. And if I did the best I can, which is none too good most days. And if you got a problem, come see me. I have office, just let me know. But the assignments are what they are. I thought about it, and quite frequently people just go to all the schools and do a lot of stuff, and don't let the assignment become territorial. So that's my last.
So
word.
can I just make one comment?
Yeah.
I'd like to, at the next PTO president's meeting, share this with folks so you can be specifically invited to a Zoom PTO meeting if those happen at your particular school. We talked a little bit about that, Ms. Lee Dwyer and Ms. Andrade Zuniga when they came. So we'll let them know. If
That's
all
a
right.
good idea.
Okay. In terms of the items, anybody want to throw anything on the outstanding issues list?
Yeah, I want to discuss vaccine mandate for spring semester.
Okay. Anybody else want anything on the list? Well,
Just sorry, the letter that we were talking about, there was an article in the Daily Journal about the Sequoia Union High School District writing a letter.
the unity thing, and that was actually we can find some politicians or somebody to help us.
Yeah.
We want to try to craft a letter and and look to the state to help us in some
Do
areas.
you mind if I go? We'll make contact with Sequoia and borrow heavily from their letter, if that's okay, and bring that.
Thank you. Yeah, Nancy McGee was in support of the letter that they were writing. So maybe even having Nancy come in, to one of our meetings would be ideal.
Okay.
I'm sure she'd like to go to another meeting.
Well, but
Short
she's
one
the
like us
superintendent.
too. I know, I'm just kidding.
Okay, well,
That's
it's
what she
just
gets paid the big bucks for.
She can come in her pajamas.
to cap off the evening, I'm gonna request we put the Black Lives Matter flag issue on there and talk about it. And
Yeah.
Would you like that at the next meeting?
would I like that at the next meeting? I think maybe we could just deal, if we could just deal with this vaccination thing, and perhaps at the second meeting, because I just don't think, I think if we can do that whole vaccination thing, it's going to take all the strength we got.
Yeah, and we do have some other items that we need to bring.
Like all these items we didn't do tonight.
Yeah.
Couldn't we just put it on the list and give it a date?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you want it the next meeting, because the list of suggested board items have dates on them. So we should put that on there and give it a date. I mean, I'm okay if you jump it, but I think we should do that. Then it's out there.
You talking about Black Lives Matter?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
I think it should be on the list and have a date.
Well, no, I said the following meeting.
October 28th.
Yeah, the second.
Oh, okay. So then it'll go on the list with a date.
Right.
Yeah,
That's good.
good idea.
Because then people see we're taking things seriously.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, now that we're sitting here, I'm just happy to be here. I guess.
10:40.
Okay.
I like even numbers. So we end now, we end at 10:42.
I like whole hours, so we could wait till 11 o'clock.
I was
Okay.
going to go quarter hour, 45.
Meeting adjourned.